Welcome to all of you to the governance and leadership track here at BioSummit 5. And let's get excited. Put some cheers in the chat. Let's get some visual, like this is exciting. So the reason I'm excited for this and the reason that I'm helping run this meeting this time is that this is our opportunity to decide what we want to be as a community and kind of do all that work that we were talking about in the sort of bigger fireside chat. And that just really, I'm a total nerd about that stuff. And so I'm really excited that all of you guys are here and, willing to nerd out with us. So we will take a look at this beautiful presentation screen before we get started. And so this is just kind of usual stuff for all of these talks, but we'll give you some reminders. So screen name conventions, what we've been doing, and we suggest you do, is put your full name and then your preferred pronouns, and then any affiliation you have and the country you're from, because it's really fun to see where people are coming from. And so mute your sound, click the little microphone. Everyone's been doing that pretty consistently so far. So if you're not talking, just go ahead and mute it. As far as cameras on, this is a slightly smaller, more intimate group, and I can tell you from having given a lot of presentations, as I'm sure many of you have over COVID and over this sort of distance time, is that it is a lot more fun for the presenter and a lot more powerful of a presentation if they can see a lot of faces there on the camera. So if you can't for any reason, of course, do that. But if you are able to keep your camera on, that's greatly appreciated. With the one caveat that we are recording this, and so if you would not like your likeness recorded, that is a good reason to keep your camera off. And then finally, the chat. So the chat, as David put it earlier, is our conference within a conference, and it's a great place to sort of just like keep the chat going. And that's actually one of the great things that I've really enjoyed about BioSummit remotely, is that it's a sort of great way to just sort of have this extra conversation and be able to keeping a lot flowing as we go. And more resources. So biosummit.live, Castro of Microbes Rule, which is kind of your beating heart. And then we have the Slack. If you haven't joined the Slack yet, yeah, it should be a capital M. Maybe we should update these slides later, but yeah, capital M in microbes. And as far as our Slack, the Slack is also a great place to sort of take the conversations that are happening in a sort of temporary way in the chat here and in voice here, and move that into a way that you can kind of keep coming back to. And so the Slack from BioSummit 4 has been a great resource all year long. And so we're hoping that BioSummit 5 can continue that way as well. And so you kind of become part of this family. And we have a track, actually. So if you want to do stuff specific for governance, I think it's BS5 governance and leadership. And if someone can drop that in the chat, that would be great. We also have a Google Drive, place for materials, notes, things like that. And as we talked about earlier in the session, if you see any potential violation of the code of conduct, please send us an email or contact one of the organizers privately in the Zoom DM, and you can tell an organizer from these sort of orangey backgrounds that we have, orange for organizer. And so so we can take care of that, because we want to create this be a sort of safe and fun space to be able to do sort of productive governance work. And finally, we want to thank all our sponsors here. And my favorite thing about BioSummit sponsors is that they all have fun organism names. So we have Vibrio, Spirally, Kochi, and host sponsors. I guess just host because they're hosting us. So that's nice. So thanks to all of our sponsors. We really appreciate that. Yeah, so I think we'll jump into our talk shortly. But I don't want to get too ahead of the time. So I guess at this point, it's a good time to sort of ask if there's any thoughts, any questions about kind of what we've said so far. And in the meantime, I'll ask the presenters and the moderators to get ready for anything that they need to do. So any thoughts, anything anyone's particularly excited about for this talk? You got to give me a little noise in the chat. Yes, okay, I see a woo in the chat. That's what we like to see. Yeah, so we'll be doing lots and lots of different talks about synthetic biology, and maybe this might be a good time to sort of start in with Yong-Bee, if you're able to just kind of give us a sort of impetus why you thought this was a good talk to have, and then from there we can kind of move into the panel proper. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, that works for me. So first of all, I really want to thank the Global BioSummit organizers for thinking that this was an important enough thing to discuss in this forum. Also really appreciate Andy and Shrestha for their willingness to be a part of this talk. And, you know, this really comes from my, I guess, 5 or 6 years of interaction with the community off and on. I came at it from a security angle. So my background is in national security and biodefense. And I had a very particular perception of do-it-yourself biology, which was, here are these people that are doing weird things in garages and we have no clue what they're doing. And it's very, very scary stuff. Thankfully, I've had a lot of experience with the community since then. And the community has been exceptionally open to, you know, my questions and how they operate. And, you know, one of the things I think as community labs and independent biohackers become more sophisticated in what they can do, I think it's really important to realize that there are lots of limitations that exist in the DIYBio space in terms of resource management, getting resources, getting the knowledge. And I know that there are lots of initiatives that are happening, like the Biosafety Lab Manual that was done in conjunction with some members of ABSA and across the community. But you know, the question that really kind of stuck into my mind was, as ambition grows in the community, but the kind of budgetary and resource issues aren't addressed, is there going to be a calculus or kind of a, you know, a question of, well, we want to do community science, but it's expensive to have the right equipment, the right tools, the right knowledge. So I really wanted to open up this conversation, and I thought Shrestha and Andy were fantastic people to have on board with it, to really explore this intersection of how do you operate and what are the priorities in the way that you operate in resource constrained environments that are typical of DIYBio labs. So that was really the impetus. It also kind of comes from, I mean, Andy can talk more about his experiences. We both did community lab dissertations. I like to refer to mine as a community-based project because the community was so open in including me and allowing me access and helping me feel like a part of the community. And I think I am at this point. So yeah, I think that was really the impetus. So we're just here to share some knowledge. Hopefully some of it's new. But yeah, I think I'm just really excited for this conversation. I'm really excited for people to also provide their feedback and input on what they see as, you know, how they view safety, security, and whether they view it as an essential conceptualization or whether they view it as a luxury given the resource constraints that often exist in these spaces.
Awesome, thanks. Do you want people to put that stuff in the chat for looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, because this is pretty much going to be like a discussion. Maria is going to be our fantastic moderator, as she moderates fantastically with everything. And then we're really just kind of hoping to have a conversation across the panel, but we should have the opportunity to be able to see questions that arise in the chat. And so if there are things that we want to pick up as you know, we're having this conversation, I think that's a really great idea.
Awesome. Well, with that, I will stop sharing my screen, and if we can give some spotlight to Maria, Yong-Bee, Andy, and Shrestha. Please, everyone, join me in welcoming our panel and get some visual applause, get some snaps, you know, and take it away.
I'm happy to. Hi, everybody. If you didn't already know, my name is Maria, she, her pronouns. I'm located in San Jose, California. I am the current president of BioCurious lab, which is a community lab that's been running for just about 10 years and is one of the largest community labs. And we think a lot about safety and security. We do have everything from basic lab stuff. We have a lot of students, we have startups, and we have a tissue culture room. So we really kind of push the boundaries of what can be safely done in DIYBio, not to do it in an unsafe manner, but with a very thoughtful approach. So I've also done a lot of speaking about biosecurity and community labs at a lot of different conferences. So it's something I think about a lot. I am not a scientist, so I think of it more from a ethical structural point of view than from like what actual chemicals are going to be in the lab. But I think that that fits really well into governance. So let's have our speakers introduce themselves, starting with Andy. Andy, who are you? Tell me about yourself.
Who am I? Maybe that's a question people will be asking me by the end of this. Who are I? So right now, my name is Andy Murray, he, him, his pronouns. I'm affiliated with an institution that won't let me change the rest of my name as it appears on Zoom for some reason, because it's a stodgy old institution. I'm currently a postdoctoral research fellow at the Global Observatory for Genome Editing, which is under the umbrella of the Program on Science, Technology, and Society at the Harvard Kennedy School. So really just down the road from the Media Lab. I did my PhD, like Yong-Bee, in the community lab space, working primarily at Counterculture Labs in Oakland, California, and with the Open Insulin Project in particular.
All right, Shrestha, who are you today?
Thanks, Maria. Thanks, Yong-Bee, and thanks. Thanks for the organizers to sort of invite me for this panel. So to give a little bit of context, it's 12:30 in the night here, but I'm trying my best to keep my energy up, and it's going to be a wonderful discussion is what I'm hoping for. I am Shrestha, joining from India. Just completed my master's in biology. Right now, I am involved in a bunch of things. I'm currently the regional program coordinator for Asia and Oceania from after iGEM. So that basically that role basically makes me deal with a bunch of ambassadors and helping them get their projects started from ground. And I'm also working with JOGL right now as their community engagement manager. So that's been interesting as well. And my interest obviously lies in biosecurity, synthetic biology, and policy. So that's what brings me here today. I'm so happy to be here.
Fantastic. And Yong-Bee, if you want to introduce yourself again, and tell us who you are in the context of this panel.
Sure. So my name is Yong-Bee Lim. He, him, his pronouns. I am a meat popsicle that has congealed into human form. So I recently completed my PhD in biodefense at George Mason University with a dissertation on the do-it-yourself biology community. Currently, I'm a fellow at an organization, a think tank called the Council on Strategic Risks, which looks at kind of existential threats and how threats can kind of combine and do all sorts of weird things in weird ways. So looking at the intersection of climate change, ecological security, and bio, for example, is one area that I play a lot in. And I'm just really thrilled to be a part of this panel. I thought it was just really important to have this conversation because I think there's a lot of optimism. And I think that the optimism that exists in BioSummit is so fantastic and so infectious. And at the same time, sometimes I see, I know that when we get away from here and we go back to our respective labs, we don't often discuss or don't talk about some of the hardships that these spaces face. In getting started in operations, all of these things, and what that then has implications for other things. And so I think just having that conversation to maybe help, help the community in some way, I think it was the main impetus for why I wanted this conversation.
Yeah, and I strongly follow that. Along the lines we're kind of joking about, who am I? I think thinking a little bit broader, the idea of who should be involved in the biosecurity, biosafety question should not be who should be involved. The question is who shouldn't be involved, because everyone should be involved in a lot of ways, even if you're not with a community lab, even if you're not involved in this, because a lot of these questions involve universal safety, broach into like these ethical concerns that we should all be involved in, and we should all feel like a part of the conversation. So I think that opening up the idea of who should be having these discussions is we should all be involved in them. So I welcome everybody who's in the room to be very participatory. This is not a stodgy talk. Anybody who's been to something I moderate know that I get really crazy depending on how much sleep deprivation I've had, and I've had a lot. So we're going to have fun today. But what we really want to kick it off with is talking again about these resources, because these labs start really, really resource constrained. And sometimes that idea of, I'm just doing this, it's probably safe. It's like, did you really look it up? Did you really look into that? Do you really know what safety means? And are you thinking about biosecurity? Because again, they're two different concepts. So I want to make sure that we are treating them with equal respect. So, for anybody in the audience, biosafety is how are we dealing with the resources that we have in a safe manner. So these are safe handling practices. Safe disposal practices is the big one I want to get on all community labs about. So how are we dealing with what we've got? Whereas biosecurity is more threat analysis from people who could do bad things with our labs. So these are people who are intentionally coming in and putting our communities at risk using the resources that we have. And so they're two separate issues. They often get overlapped, but they both deserve some equal measure of discussion and attention. And by not giving them attention, we're doing ourselves a disservice. So let's kick this off by talking a little bit about one or two things that our panelists have noticed or are concerned about with resource issues or obstacles in establishing or running DIY spaces from a resource issue. So what are the things, and it can be resources, but also with a little bit of lens to the two topics of biosecurity, biosafety. And let's kick it off with Andy.
Thanks. Right. So we're, speaking from my specific experience, I mean, maybe it's helpful to have a little bit more of a background on like how I'm trained to think about these things and what my particular angle of approach is that I'm trained in a field called science and technology studies, which takes a very, it's a social science field that takes a constructivist approach to contextualizing and understanding science and scientific movements. And that includes this thing called community bio. So, in terms of obstacles to biosafety or biosecurity, the way that I'm going to think and talk about it is through, this angle that like contextualizes those ideas of biosafety and biosecurity and where they come from, and probably thinks about resources and resource scarcity and what that means in different terms as a result. So, in my experience working with open insulin, say in particular, I think time has been one of the biggest obstacles. When you're talking about a volunteer-led effort, you're talking about the resources that people have at their disposal. Time is perhaps the most significant one, and there are certainly money challenges, there are certainly material challenges that come along with doing things like this, but from my position, I think these things are generally, easier to overcome in some sense than questions of time and questions of commitment. And I think time and commitment are so important because I think that those factors can really inhibit the kind of ability to have the conversations that I think are really important in this space, conversations like the one we're having right now, hopefully. Yeah, maybe I'll leave it there for now. I have plenty more to say about this, but time is the short answer.
Time is a resource we all should value more because we are limited in so many ways. Shrestha, how about for yourself when you see people, whether it's in iGEM, with community labs, other things, around India, or what you're hearing globally, what are we missing resource-wise?
Yeah, thanks for passing the baton to me. So recently I was part of the Biological Weapons Convention side event, which was being organized by IFBA, iGEM, and a couple of other NTI and a couple of other organizations together. And that gave me some really good perspective on what kind of issues are we dealing, especially coming from Asia and representing India. And then I also heard some colleagues from Africa, and some of the common concerning issues that I came across was lack of awareness, which leads to lack of funding. just because people aren't aware about that they should be taking care about biosecurity issues. There is no, safety security related grant or something that incentivizes people to think about it. And then there is this another common thread that goes between these two places is this, a lot of this comes down to governance structure. And I'm really happy that we covered that in the plenary, because like mostly what happens is like there hasn't been very people haven't been very thoughtful about governance structures and accountability and who gets to decide what happens with a certain sample. And that culture is sort of missing from the top down itself. So no matter what we do in the bottom up approaches, it hardly pushes the needle towards a safer and secure like world. So yeah.
No, I think that that's absolutely it. I think, people not stepping up into those leadership positions again, not creating those governance structures to figure out who is making the decisions, how are the decisions being made, what are our norms and standards for not just accountability towards each other, but accountability towards our community for how we're handling biological materials is really important. And really coming top down, we're seeing this kind of, in some cases, coming from the universities down. We don't have structures that are respecting these ideas of ethics, safety, security enough when we're actually dealing with things that we should be more respectful of across the board. And it's, being respectful to our communities, et cetera. So I really appreciate your thoughts on that, and strongly agree. We're seeing a lot of chatter that, across Africa, Latin America, et cetera, we see that same thing. So Yong-Bee, why don't you wrap up some thoughts here?
Sure. So, I am unmuted. Okay. Sometimes I get concerned. So, I think that both of the other, speakers raised fantastic points. And I think I'm going to pick a little bit at the time and the lack of awareness portions and kind of integrate them into my segment, which is part of it is, there is this element of the commitment issue. So, DIYBio isn't, it doesn't pay the bills. It is really more for people's, interests and education and empowerment. So I think I say that there are 4 activities in my dissertation that community labs typically do, which is empowerment, education, entrepreneurship, and exploration of one's surroundings through a biological lens. And so, it's really great that people are really interested, especially in a biotech world that we're trying to develop clearly, with the roaring bioeconomy. You look at Ginkgo Bioworks, you look at, mRNA vaccines coming online through, advanced work by, DARPA and a lot of other organizations within the government and outside of it. It's clear that we need science literacy, right? Because if people don't understand the core things that are driving the future, people are going to get left behind. And I think that's one of the spaces that Community Labs really tries to fill. So, from that platform, one of the things I notice is, at least from my observations through my dissertation, was you tend to have a few people that are like the core people in any community lab. And then you have like what I'll call like the eye floaters. Like they're the people that kind of come in for something that they personally are interested in, thus the eye, and then but then they leave after 2 to 3 weeks after they find out that science actually takes effort, it actually takes a practice, and it actually takes time and energy and money, which then kind of turns them off. So, the kind of lack of stability in some ways could be a very destabilizing element within DIYBio, which could, introduce potential biosafety or biosecurity issues. And, the other thing too is I think I was noticing this as a trend. I'm trying to think about this as a paper at some point, but the old guard of DIYBio, the OG, right? The 2005, 2008, 2009 peeps, they all know each other. There's still a very tight connection across this network of people having monthly calls with a community lab leadership, things along those lines, which is great. But what I noticed was outside of a few kind of virtual gatherings like Global Bio Summit, you know, these kinds of opportunities, the younger groups don't really interact with each other or don't know about these other spaces. All of that knowledge is still very much sequestered in the OG group. And I think that that could potentially present a problem over time of, well, if you're not necessarily sharing that knowledge, if you're not able to like pull that knowledge, pool those capabilities together across different labs, that actually creates a, you know, a potential problem for, say, like duplicate, you know, multiple places doing the exact same project. So I actually saw, I think, 4 bioprinting projects across several different labs, which isn't like a biosafety or biosecurity problem. That's really more of an efficiency problem. But I think it really gets more to this issue that I've been noticing over time of, if they're not able to share that type of knowledge, you know, the knowledge that's highly prioritized, the knowledge of being able to do cool things with biology, then what does that say then about sharing safe practices or sharing secure practices? And probably my answer to that would be, you probably run into the same deficits as well. So I think that, you know, there's this element of stability, and there's also this element of continuity and connectivity that I see as kind of some of the issues that I've noticed across the community over the years.
Yeah, and you know, just to reiterate your point, I think that institutional knowledge and how do we share institutional knowledge and resources is a problem with sustaining community labs, as well as sharing it amongst community labs to help us thrive. So because we don't have that network connection strong enough, we don't have that governance structure, we don't have, we have the loose network, which, as you said, is like BioSummit or these Zoom calls. But what we don't have is an implicit agreement to share with a structure for how that happens that makes everybody comfortable and allows us to support each other. Because again, if, and we've done this with the biosafety manual, but if you have 20 or 30 community labs all writing their own safety manuals with various degrees of expertise, why? You know, why not work together to create a document? But then somebody needs to be able to maintain that document. Again, institutional knowledge, and how do we hold these resources and what do we do with it? So we've talked, you know, a lot about some of the limitations when it comes to biosafety and security, as well as these resources. But let's talk about these limitations, whether it's time, structure, whatever it is, and think about the lens, just to keep us on the topic of biosafety and biosecurity. But what is the implication for biosafety and biosecurity when you have this? So, you know, what does it mean, Shrestha, when you talk about, you know, the limitations you're seeing across people in iGEM, and with, you know, some of the new knowledge you have from the Biological Weapons Convention, for when people don't have what they need resource-wise, what's at risk for us for biosafety and biosecurity?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and the answer is very. The fact is, the answer is very cyclical, in the sense that when we were going through this the BWC, so we came across. I was reading up a little bit about, you know, the health security index and everything, and it turns out, you know, like according to the Global Health Security Index, only 1% of countries worldwide are equipped with adequate review processes for research with especially dangerous pathogens, which is, and seeing that number itself is like it's terrifying.
Yeah, and what was that number again? 1%?
1% of the countries, exactly.
1%? A
yes,
single percent?
Indeed, and on top of that, I think mostly these numbers are coming from traditional scientific institutes. So we are not even considering community biolabs,
yeah,
and how prepared they are. So the implications are definitely severe. And I think some of those examples I've seen across is come usually from iGEM, when iGEM teams are coming together and trying to solve a real world problem. Thanks to the safety and security setup that we have at iGEM, most of their concerns and red flags are raised right at the beginning. But there have been cases of, you know, like teams going up until the end of the cycle, and then realizing, oh, okay, this is not what we wanted to do. They're putting out something which is not safe for everyone else. So so yeah, I just wanted to bring that metric into sort of picture and what happens in iGEM now. So yeah.
And you know, swinging it over to Yong-Bee. Yong-Bee, what do you think?
Yeah, so the biosafety, biosecurity question is really interesting for me, just because since my background is in biosecurity, I you know, there was a very, or there continues to be a very large perception of, you know, concern about democratized technologies, people doing whatever they want to do in these garage labs. It's you know, it's an old chestnut that people bring out every 5 to 10 years. Anytime that there's some sort of bio incident, you can look at it in 2012 with H5N1. You can look even further back with swine flu. And you know, what's interesting to me about this, first of all, so from a biosafety standpoint, I think that the documentation that was created by the team is really great. And to the point about institutional memory, but also localization, I think Andy could probably speak to more about this because he's the STS scholar. I'm a dabbler in STS. But you know, the unique geographic considerations of people doing specific kinds of work would, you know, as well as legal issues, you know, all of this type of stuff would necessitate possibly some changes in a biosafety manual across geographic regions. So I think that there's that element there, but it's also, you know, Maria, you raised the point about you know, are people able to understand? Are people able to do these things completely on their own? Like, my research has shown that a lot of these spaces are started by scientists, right? So these scientists who have the institutional memory to be able to transfer to other individuals, you know, that's one model. But when you have potentially individuals that might not know so much about science, but might have found out things on the internet or through YouTube, and try to get their hands on various types of reagents, there are various implications with that, depending on like how toxic the reagents are, things along those lines. There's some interesting stories about people keeping volatile reactive chemicals very close by each other without thinking about it, which, you know, would predominantly affect the person and their immediate surroundings. So I'm not, you know, I'm not saying it's like a huge mega issue, but it, you know, there are, that would generate problems, which would generate then problems for the community writ large. And from a biosecurity standpoint, I'm not that concerned, really. I mean, it's not like I'm thinking that there's a whole bunch of people that are looking to infiltrate community labs. There's a fairly, like, you know, there's a fairly loose, but I think effective trust governance structure that is in place in a fair number of these spaces. But the thing is, with safety and security, we don't always look at just the status quo. The status quo is fine, but we always look towards the future, right? So we're a future-oriented community that's always thinking, so what could happen next? What could go wrong? So we are literally the Debbie Downers of science. But, you know, it's all in the effort of trying to make sure that bad things don't happen. And so we could at least maintain the status quo of, you all can continue doing what you're doing as long as, you know, X, Y, and Z happens. But I think that's where the friction happens with resource issues, because if you can't afford that like hood, or, you know, there are instructions to make hoods, but you know, some of them might not be, you know, very effective. It might be your first time woodworking, you know, all of this stuff. There's a learning curve at play here that sometimes I think we don't really respect, and we tend to we tend to minimize when we think about things within the DIY context. So, you know, I think that's just, those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And I think, you know, along those lines, it can be anything from, how do you do disposal of chemicals? That's one of the most common questions we get at BioCurious as a community lab, is people are like, what do I do now? And it's not even the biologics, it's the chemicals. reagents, like, can it go down the drain? Where do I dispose of it? Who do I contact? How do I do that? And even the simplest of questions, you're like, well, you call this person and you drop it off here, and this is what the procedure is. Can seem really like people who don't even consider that, proper disposal of chemicals. And, again, if you can't take that first step, how are you going to get to the next more complex steps?
But even those can cost money, right?
Like, yeah, they cost money, and they cost that other thing, time, and it may take some expertise, to do these things. So, Andy, let's throw it to you. So, bringing it back again to the idea that we've got these limitations, and what does that mean when we have the limitations when it comes to both biosafety, biosecurity, or anything else kind of related to this STS sort of topic? We can even extend it a little to, I know Alex's favorite topic of bioethics.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about bioethics later, but I'm going to do it from a similar sort of orthogonal approach. So I'm going to try to combine some of the things that Yong-Bee has said. Tim just put something in the chat about discipline, so let's talk about that too. So Yong-Bee, a little while right before I got booted out of the meeting, you said something about scientific literacy, and this is like an idea that I want to take up, is like the relationship between scientific literacy and governance structures and participation and democracy. Like, so one of the, I think, fundamental questions is, what kind of knowledge do you need to be in order, like a quote unquote informed citizen of something like citizen science or community bio? So that's kind of like the general direction I'm heading with these things. But I talked about time as a resource already, but the idea that I'm getting at here is that biosafety and biosecurity, and I think Yong-Bee is hinting at some of this as someone who dabbles quite, I would say, impressively in STS, for someone who's not in STS as such, is that biosafety and biosecurity are themselves conceptual resources that we use to think about these kinds of problems and threats. So, I'm less concerned with questions of what being resource strapped means for managing biosafety and biosecurity, and I'm more interested in how community bio requires different conceptualizations of biosafety, biosecurity, if those are even the conceptualizations that we want to go with. Like, the concepts that community bio needs might be some version of biosafety and biosecurity, or maybe there's something else altogether. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think along those lines, it gets back a little bit to what Yong-Bee is saying, and is kind of something that I address a lot when I go to conferences, which is the standard is I get invited as a representative of DIYBio, because I like to talk about the risks. DIYBio is for biosecurity and biosafety. And I've done this so many times, it's just hilarious that somebody will be like, oh my God, you guys are going to weaponize X virus. I'm like, we can't even get yeast to grow. And so there's the actual like risks, which is what are the risks given the tools that are at hand. And I think that Yong-Bee can agree, as an expert, who has studied this for a long time as part of his PhD, and others, Todd Kukin, et cetera. The risk is actually quite low. Community bio has shown itself to overall have cultivated a reasonable spirit of responsibility. But I love the idea that Andy has posed of rethinking, what do we call it if it's not biosecurity, biosafety? Do we call it, just cultural responsibility? Do we call it, a cultural accountability, community accountability? Because that's what I almost think it is this idea, again, under the auspice of governance, is we see ourselves as stakeholders, as part of the community, and perhaps in a way, above academia, as Tim was saying in the chat, that academia and the other institutions out there are not holding themselves very high if 1% of labs out there are really engaged in these conversations. So how can we change the conversation to make it more relevant and to make it relevant for us? And what are the terms and ways that we do that have the same sort of wrappings, but is appropriate for us? And I think that that's a really interesting way to frame this that I hadn't thought of, which is why I love having conversations with Andy and Yong-Bee and you know, Shrestha around this topic is you know, throw some things in the chat. You know, what do you guys think about having a new wrapping? I personally, you know, like the responsibility, the community responsibility ideas, etc. So tell me what you guys think. But kind of getting on to our third topic before we kind of hit a Q&A section to really answer some questions. We want to think a little bit about this idea: is biosafety and biosecurity a luxury or essential in the DIYBio context? You know, thinking again about what are the actual risks of biosecurity? Do we need to spend a lot of time and energy training DIYBio and biosecurity, or is our time better spent on, again, cultivating this culture of responsible stewardship instead of being like, this is a threat actor, you know, what do we really want to do? So is it a luxury or essential in the DIYBio context? And we'll take it as two separate things for each one of you. Biosafety, biosecurity, luxury or essential? And, you know, what do we link them to? Let's start with you, Shrestha.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that was an interesting one, because definitely biosafety and biosecurity both are essential. But what I feel is some cultures or some groups or people in some parts of the world actually perceive it as a luxury essential. So that's coming from some of the experiences I've had in this part of the world. And that's essentially because there are fundamental oversight and people believe in excessive goodwill, which is just crazy. But that is where they're coming from when they think about it as, you know, like a luxurious essential. And I think like to really sort of start changing that discourse and conversation, the best way to go about it would be like to think about how do different DIY biospaces exist with regulatory frameworks and enact cultures of biosafety and biosecurity. Like how are these influences, how are these influenced by norms and cultural norms and governance structures? And also to sort of start thinking about, you know, like, does regulatory oversight necessarily lead to safer practices? And also vice versa, like, does, if something is unregulated, must it be unsafe? So I think some of these fundamental questions, sort of, if they start getting answered, people will come to a conclusion whether this is a luxury or an essential.
Yeah. Andy, what do you think?
I think this is a good point. I just put in the chat that this point about how biosafety and biosecurity interact with different local configurations is really important, because biosafety and biosecurity are particularly culturally situated ideas and concepts, right? And they have particular histories. Like in the United States, they're really closely tied to the threat of nuclear war and like the Cold War history and containment, right? And so when we talk about biosafety and biosecurity, and we're talking about the material resources needed to contain it, that's a particular conception of managing risk that evolved out of that history of what the appropriate way to understand threats is, and it's in terms of risk, and the appropriate steps to take to manage risk are material steps of containment taken by people who have expert knowledge of those risks. So I think it's really important to understand that those conceptual structures don't exist in the same way everywhere. And in a global community such as this one that stretches many different contexts, to understand what we can bring to the table in terms of the variety of conceptual resources of safety and security that exist across those different contexts. You know, see what we have, what conceptual resources we collectively have to work with. But I think that biosafety and biosecurity I think it's essential to ask this question: what version of biosafety and biosecurity are essential in the DIYBio context, and what's fueling the idea that what's necessary to do it are material resources, that these are risky kinds of spaces where these kinds of threats exist. Whereas, you know, several of you have said, like Maria, like we can barely get a yeast growing, right? Like institutional science is in the business of doing dual use research that produces the risks in order to better understand the risks. And this is like sort of a very different kind of research that we're talking about here. And so why do we need to map the same kind of framework of containment onto it?
Yeah, I think that, if anybody's capturing things in the notes, I think that's a really strong thing to grab. And I love those concepts. So Yong-Bee, you want to wrap us up and think about what, this was kind of your question, but it was entirely your question. But what about, luxury, essential, safety, biosecurity, the current frameworks? What are we thinking about that?
Yeah, so from where I sit, and I completely take Andy's point, just because, again, these are different concepts, right? And these are different contexts. So, the work that has been being done in academia is different from an institutional governance, organizational, motivational standpoint compared to the do-it-yourself biology community, which then may make things simultaneously easier to govern in the sense that, essentially, if you're just doing, transformations and transformation after transformation to make like a particular colored dye or to have things glow or, all of this stuff, that's a very different realm from like BSL-3, BSL-4 research in relations to, okay, well, if we tweak this one little bit of the genome of this particular pathogen, then what does that do? So but I still view the concepts of biosafety and biosecurity, even if we don't necessarily keep those names, as essential. But I think what's important here is the distillation of the practices of the values that the community has. So, David always uses that example of where all of these ships, like pirate, like we're like pirate ship group that's doing its own thing, but we're all generally moving in the same direction. And and I always interpret that as there's something that connects all of us, so there is, some set of values, some set of activities that connect all of us to operate in a particular way. And I think part of the answer, so I don't have a really good answer other than I feel like whatever, there needs to be some semblance of safety and security within, within the community. It can be its own self-forged, self-created one, made in its own image. But I think the really important key thing here is that this is something that I've been trying to wrap my head around is the DIYBio ecosystem is exceptionally insular. I feel like compared to interacting with other communities. And I get some of the history where DIYBio has been vilified and has just been kind of thrown under the bus, and that makes it really difficult outside of groups that have positively tried to engage, with like the FBI, like very forward thinking in its own way. Although I'm sure some of my European compatriots may disagree, but there have been some staunch allies for the community, but I still feel like the community is exceptionally insular as a bio practice compared, and not really interacting so much. Although you see bits and pieces of it changing with the larger life sciences community, which also kind of accompanies with it its set of like safety and security communities. So the one thing that I might say, this is, and I'm gonna connect it to a Star Trek Discovery episode. So the new season started. I watched the episode yesterday, and Saru is talking about, so one of the characters is talking about how it's essentially that people, the community needs to think broader. Their culture needs, their race needs to think broader about their space in the world. And one of them raises up a question about, well, protecting the home is what this council is supposed to be about, right? And his perspective was, well, it depends on what you mean by home. So if you have home just be your planet, so let's say DIYBio, a community like the Bio Summit could be considered home, then yes, you're correct. But if you think beyond just that being your conceptualization of home, if you realize that your planet is a part of 6 other planets or 7 other planets in the system, and that system is interconnected with other systems which create a galaxy, you then start distilling your values from that aperture, and depending on what aperture you decide to choose as like your base aperture, whether it's your home planet or it's the galaxy. So in our case, whether it's DIYBio community itself or the global community writ large, your answers and practices will change. And so I think that type of analysis is what we were trying to get people to slowly start thinking about in this conversation. And yes, sorry, if people haven't watched the episode, I'm really, really sorry. I just really, really like that. That scene in an otherwise exceptionally confusing episode because they were just trying to set so many things up.
I was going to say, it tells us so much about you, Yong-Bee, the Douglas Adams references, the Star Trek references. This is why we know you are our people.
Yes, I'm just a big old nerd.
Yeah, a few things about that. I think that one thing is this idea of taking inspiration from science fiction does tie into a conversation we're going to have in the plenary tonight. You know, we're going to be having these conversations. I think another thing I would say is this isn't, you know, just a conversation about governance, although it starts here. This is also, to me, a conversation about how are we communicating science? How are we communicating both to each other to create structures? But I think that one thing I do not hear enough of is the idea of communicating with stakeholders, which is the community itself. So I think that one of the things that's been left out of the biosafety and biosecurity conversations a lot, and it's doing us a disservice in COVID, is the general public. So how do we communicate science? How do we communicate these ideas and get them not siloed anymore as part of the biosafety, biosecurity world where no one is listening to them enough, if only 1% of labs are doing this? And how do we get this as part of like a general conversation? And I think that, you know, bringing up these ideas as part of the communicating science track on Sunday, and generally thinking about that and thinking about how do we create this conversation in a larger context is important. So we've got some questions. Let's see what we've got in the chat. Sorry, I was being bad about how I was doing things. Yes, how many sci-fi references can we get into one talk? A lot. Don't even challenge us. How can we generate safety protocols with so many different cultures throughout the world? So I'm going to throw this one to Shrestha. So given a global context of something like iGEM, how do we generate safety protocols with so many and get safety consensus globally? So how do we do that, do you think?
Yeah, that has been the purpose of the Safety and Security Committee at iGEM for a long time. Sort of because this is contextual, because safety varies from person to person. Like whatever I consider safe may or may not be for you. But the kind of system that we have with iGEM, it has been distilled to be so standardized with its parts and registry and everything. The fundamental questions about safety and security remain the same throughout. We do see people answering and approaching that question through very different angles, but the questions remain the same. Especially what we do to sort of bring those peripheral questions into the conversation. We run this values and risks workshop with iGEM teams, which sort of gives a balance of, you know, what kind of values do you as a team, you know, value, and what kind of risks are you sort of balancing with those values. So those workshops also sort of you know, take in all those peripheral questions and peripheral doubts that teams might have about safety and security concerns together. And yeah, it has been working. So
all right, let's take one last one, and I'll throw it to either Yong-Bee or Andy, which is this question of how do we balance adequate safety security with not recreating the gates and obstacles that community bio breaks down in the first place. So how do we not put up more gates by creating these obstacles, by adhering to biosafety and biosecurity without, you know, gatekeeping science? So either Andy or Yong-Bee in the last minute.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll jump in here to say we have 1 minute. So
1 minute.
Answer this question very quickly. So simple.
Okay, I'll give a very quick idea of how I would think about this, which is that biosafety and biosecurity as concepts were designed partially to reestablish and keep up certain kinds of gates between publics and science. That is, to give scientists authority over kinds of questions of risk and safety and remove them from publics in the process.
Yeah, I think just really quickly, I think that that's an excellent question. I think that part of the thing is, it really depends on the kind of like work that you're doing. I would love to hear Ryan's ideas about Sarah Ware's idea for review of bio projects. But yeah, that's a really good question. I would love to be able to take that offline, Ryan. If you want to like shoot me an email.
Slack. Actually, take it to the Slack.
That is a beautiful transition. So yeah, so let's take this discussion. There's so much more to talk about here. This is such a juicy topic. So we can take it to the governance and leadership section in the Slack. And with that, I'd like to thank the whole panel. Thank you guys so much. This was such a great and interesting conversation.
Have conversations with your community about biosafety, biosecurity, and we are going to transition at some point to bioethics. These are things we should talk about and hold ourselves to higher standards than academia, because academia and institutions are failing their own standards. So let's show them how it's done, guys.
That's a nice parting thought. All right, so let's move on to our next talk. Very quickly, I'm going to flash up on the screen here again our sort of expectations. And so, keep yourself muted. If you can have your video on, that's super duper appreciated. It just makes for such a great cozy atmosphere, and keep that chat going. So appreciate that. And of course, here are all our resources, and you can find all these on biosummit.live. So let's move ahead. We're now going to welcome Dorothy Jones-Davis and Jenn Deafenbaugh. Jenn, I sure hope I've pronounced your name correctly. They will be talking about data science towards effective advocacy for community bioscience, which is essentially mapping the network of global community biospaces and gathering metrics on their impact. So we're going to talk about a lot of data and figure out a lot of stuff. Dorothy, are you ready?
Yep, we're ready. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. And I'm just going to put the link in the chat for the Mural Board, if that works.
Yeah, and we're going to do some slides. So can I share some slides? I cannot.
Yeah. Can we make sure that Dorothy's able to share?
I think once you stop, Tim, allow me to right now. It's just saying.
Okay.
So much. Okay.
Great.
Try that and then
give it a shot.
Can you see that? And okay.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Now it's better.
Yeah, you sound pretty good now.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, my computer's been doing something weird, of course, on the day that I'm presenting. I'm also going to be presenting with Jenn, so we'll sort of tag team this presentation, but because we don't have a lot of time, we want to get right in. So I'm going to actually I'll actually start off. So I'm Dorothy Jones-Davis from Nation of Makers. I won't give you a lot of background about Nation of Makers, except to say that we're a US-based national nonprofit that supports maker organizations. And when we say maker organizations, we really mean the whole gamut of maker organizations. So Makerspaces, Hackerspaces, maker events, people that support the maker ecosystem, and that includes, of course, Biospaces. So just a fun fact about me is that I have a PhD in neuroscience, so bio and Biospaces are really near and dear to my heart. I don't get to use my degree at all anymore, really. So I really, very much appreciate Biospaces. And I'm also a proud board member of GenSpace. So that's how I get my little bio mojo out, and love Beth and the whole team at GenSpace and the work that they're doing. So definitely trying to support that. So Nation of Makers has a number of different projects that align with things that are already going on with the BioSummit community. I have been coming to BioSummit. This is my 4th BioSummit, so I missed 1.0 by a little bit before I got my position at Nation of Makers, but I've been coming ever since. And we're doing a number of different projects that are data related that again overlap. And so we've had a conversation with some of the folks who've been doing that work within the BioSummit community. But there are 2 projects we're going to talk about today. And I'm only going to talk about the mapping part very briefly, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jenn Deafenbaugh, who's going to tell you about the survey project, which is really why we're here, to get your input. So we've been trying to map maker organizations. This is not a new thing in the sense of all of you guys have probably rolled your eyes or rolling your eyes right now if I don't see you right now on screen, because people have tried to map the ecosystem of makerspaces and innovation spaces for years. And Anna Waldman-Brown did a really great job with the Atlas of Innovation. We stewarded that for a little bit. Unfortunately, for lots of reasons, it lost funding and wasn't able to kind of continue on. And so we're trying to recreate a new map. And what we really want is Biospaces to participate in that. So just a really quick plug for that project to say, you know, please help us track your organizations and share them with the community. This effort is international. So you'll see most of the spaces on the map. You can see a little snapshot of our current map are in the US because we don't have a lot of data from spaces outside of the US right now. That's been validated recently. And so we're rebuilding all of that data. So we would just love to have you participate in that. And so if you go to the website that's on this slide here, if you just go to Nation Makers website and look up Find a Maker Organization, under our resources tab, you'll find this map, and then below it, you'll find a form for you to fill out on Airtable to participate in that. But now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Jenn Deafenbaugh, who's going to tell you a little bit about why we're here today, which is our annual survey. And then we're going to get into right away doing work. So go ahead, Jenn.
Thank you. I'll start out with my background. So I have a background in data visualization and in graphics. And I also have a background in helping to run and lead makerspaces. I have been a part of different maker communities for about 12 years now, and I helped start a makerspace in Nashville, Tennessee. And while I was helping run this makerspace and we were going through the challenges that everyone does, because it is not necessarily an easy task, I was getting my graduate degree in InfoVis. So we started, come across Nation Makers and decided that that would be a worthwhile use of time to help to look at, study, and help others understand the maker movement. Particularly, my interest in the whole project is to help leaders and help them understand what others are doing, understand best practices, understand how other spaces are doing this work and they're making it work. So the annual survey of makerspaces came out of that. We've been doing it since 2018. And it's been, thus far, it's been fairly successful. Our second year of it was in 2019. And we do document all of our work on makethedata.org. I saw that pop up in the chat. So what we do is we do a 3-part survey. It is very long. It is a little tedious, but we incentivize folks by offering them a challenge coin. So we, and we offer other, perks for people who participate in this and the leadership and organizational level. So we look at the organizations themselves, we look at the leaders, and we look at the members. We have 3 separate surveys. The organizational survey, the last one that we did, actually had 49 questions, and it went through all facets of how makerspaces operate. So it would be like, who do they serve? What tools do they have? What resources do they have available? We have published graphics and the report on makethedata.org, but there's a direct link in this deck, and I think it's been copied out into the chat for the actual report. You can take a look at that. So last year kind of took a little bit of time off of that. 2020 was not easy, it was not good, but we are back and we're going to be doing that again this year. And we've asked for participation from different types of spaces. So from the DIYBio community, we're looking at, our survey fills a niche, and it fills, it is mostly focused on independent spaces, nonprofit and for-profit spaces, but doesn't do as good a job for spaces like biospaces and libraries. So what we would like to do this year and going forward is to be able to partner and to be able to collect data year over year about how these spaces are operating, who's a part of them, and who leads them. There are some other questions that we ask. For example, in the leadership survey, we would ask things like we did a leadership questionnaire so that we could identify potentially weaknesses in leadership or areas where they might want to learn or grow. So what this is designed for, we do, like I said, publish all of our findings. We do not make the data completely open. We do have kind of a little bit of a wall of privacy to the raw data, but we do publish like summaries of all the numbers. So Dorothy, if you want to, I think if you want to keep
Okay,
keep
awesome.
going, we can keep
Yeah,
going through the deck.
no worries. Yeah, no.
So yeah, go for it.
Okay, I was going to say, so you might want to, and you can chime in too, Jen. Why are we doing this? I think one of the questions we get, what are you doing with this data? What is the purpose? Really, we're trying to understand the impact of makerspaces on local communities and also nationally. So it's within context. And I know that there already is some really amazing survey work being done in the community biospace, and we're not trying to usurp that. What we're trying to do is take a select group of questions, for example, for biospaces or libraries, and put it in context with other types of spaces that are similar in different ways, so that we could provide a national sort of, snapshot of what the national landscape of making looks like. And really, we're trying to look at 3 different perspectives. So economics, like the economic and business output of these spaces, social dynamics, so what motivates our members, what are the interests of people that are there working, or what are the types of projects and outputs that they're creating, and then leadership. So who's leading these spaces? What are the leadership qualities of people that lead these spaces? What are their interests and motivations, and what are their outputs? Another reason why we're gathering this data is really to help demonstrate the impact of our communities for key stakeholders. Now, this should resonate probably with everybody here. We have to make a case for funding this type of stuff, and that's really one of the things I think we all struggle with, no matter what type of space you are. People are not sure, why should I give funding to, a biospace? Why should I give funding to a makerspace? It seems kind of like a silly thing, but the work that we're doing is really important and has really key impacts in education and in security and all different kinds of sort of areas. And so it's really important to help people understand that impact. We're also trying to influence policy, right? Because policy then gets to the money part. So when we're looking at federal funding, especially in the United States and other countries I know have different contexts, it's really important that your leaders know what you're doing and why, how it fits into their priorities, so that they're able to support it and get you both the funding and the in-kind support that you need. That might translate also into things becoming easier for us, people not asking crazy questions like, oh, you're going to create to the conversation we were just having, you're going to create some virus that's going to kill the world, or you're going to tamper with and create a new COVID. That's not what we're doing there. And so having people understand what we're doing and what we're not doing is really important. And that goes into the third group, which is the general public. Like, why should I care? Like, why should I be concerned that there's a biospace in my community? Absolutely not. You should be super excited, right? So we want to be able to convey that type of information. And then a third area that we are interested in, we don't push this a lot, but we do get a lot of academics that join us. I know this is quite an academic community, but we also do want to further academic research about the maker movement, in particular in native context, so non-academic context. We know there's a lot of research being done in university spaces, which is awesome, but we're trying to give a snapshot of data that can be used for non-academics to context studies. So, Jen.
So what we are asking is we're asking for a little bit of help here. We have our set of survey questions. Everything is detailed in the report. You can take a look at that, but we know that the DIYBio community is different than what you might have. What you need is different than what a wood shop would need. We know that. You might not need 3D printers. You might need, there might be, or you might need them. I don't know. We need to know what is different about this community that we might want to either ask about, or we might want to find out more about, and we're going to do a little bit of a brainstorm there. So if anybody wants to pop over, we have, I've got to see if I can actually find it. Do we have the link to the board that had been created?
I think it's in the chat already, but I'm going to.
In the chat, let's go ahead and pop that into the chat.
So Alex just did it again. Perfect.
So the Mural Board, we have set up a Mural Board. If you go on the left-hand side of this, we're asking for questions from you, and I've put also a couple of the different links into this board as well. So if you go to that blue section on the left-hand side of the board where it says mapping the network of global community biospaces, first of all, we have some of the links of the things we've talked about. Secondarily on that list, we are asking for your participation. So if this is something, if data and you know, Biospaces and Makerspaces are things you're passionate about, we are inviting you to join us. We have a Slack group. You can go ahead and join that. And then the data working group is a channel that I help run, and we meet every Monday at what would be 5:30 Eastern time. And we work through questions, we work through dashboarding, we work through all those things. So we invite you to that. But right now, what we want to do is we want to go back to down to the dark blue section where it says, what might we or policymakers, funders, or members want to know about? And I am welcoming right now, you know, feedback. Go ahead and stick some sticky notes on there. I've kind of seeded a couple of answers, but if there are questions you have, if you're leading one of these spaces and there are things you want to know about other spaces that do this, go ahead and pop your questions onto this board, and then we're going to take a little bit of time and go through them. So I'm going to just give you some time to do that. And if you have any, you know, comments, or if we want to, you know, talk through things that, you know, now would be the time. If you have ideas or thoughts as to, you know, some of the things that are not well understood, or some of the things that maybe might need, like I heard a lot of talk about documentation and, you know, sharing practices. You know, one of the things I found out the maker community is, it's like, if you show up and if you put the data out there, if you put the work out there, that people will just follow it. So like, you know, if somebody writes a liability waiver, they put it out online, 10 years later, that's the foundation for everybody's liability waivers. That's how this community kind of works. So if there are things that you kind of want to talk about with regard to how Makerspaces in general work and some of the learnings that we might have against that, or if you've got some of the questions you might want to raise and want to talk about that, like let's go ahead and turn on your microphone, and you know, I welcome questions or comments. Oh, I see questions about, or comments about the challenge coin. So we try to design a unique challenge coin for every year survey. And so we will have a different design for the 2021 survey coming out. So that design hasn't been published yet. That hasn't even been come up with yet. So one of the things we try to do is do a little data viz on the back of the coin, and then on the front of the coin, something that's representative of the year. So it's kind of fun. So if you are a part of the survey, then you'll be a part of the coin. And yeah, Dorothy has called me the data mistress. She did that on stage.
It's my pet name for Jen, and she.
Yeah, so
we appreciate, yeah, well, I see lots of people working, so that's awesome. That's exactly what we want. We just really want to have feedback, and, you know, we're trying not to make this a super long survey. And actually one thing we're looking at is functionality, so that if you say, for example, you're a biospace, you'll get some additional questions, but there'll be other questions you won't get because they don't really make sense for biospaces. So that's another thing that we'll definitely, you know, would love to have people's input on. So I know a few people from this community have come to some of our data working group meetings, and that's been really helpful as we review questions. If there are things that you're like, I don't think biospaces do this the same way a makerspace or a hackerspace might, you might want, you know, you might not want to ask us this question. We can make sort of conditionality with the question, so that, you know, a question is conditional. And if you say you're a biospace, you get one question, you don't get another one. So definitely appreciate that.
And this might be something where too, we recognize that, you know, there are makerspaces that have, you know, a bio lab in them as a component. So, you know, we're thinking about how do these spaces operate, and are these spaces within schools? Are these spaces independent? You know, what is this, like, how do these spaces exist, and how do the ones that have functioned for more than a couple of years, especially, like, how have they continued to make it work? So those are things that that we try to look at. And then there are a number of spaces that as I understand, like, they don't actually have a formal space. And so we want to be inclusive of those organizations as well. So the survey will come out. It'll come out January 1st, and it goes for 3 months. So we have a long period of time for data collection, because we know that sometimes the things that you need to do within your organization or business are, like, you might have a bunch of things to do in January, and in February you might have time. So we give a large range of time to collect responses. And then we are also looking for individuals to help us promote this within these communities. so that we can get as many responses as possible and get good representation. We'll have a hackathon coming up too. So there's a woman who is from Microsoft who is helping to, her name is Jenn Fox, and she's helping us to put on a hackathon so that anyone who is interested in learning a little bit more about working with data or data visualization. In February, we'll have an event where we're taking some of the live survey data. It won't be complete by then, but we're going to take some of those data and we're going to make dashboards, and we're going to work on, you know, trying to figure out a little bit more of the of stories we could tell from this and engage the community in a little bit of data viz or data science, as it were. Very, very simple, very, very basic, you know, topics on that.
And
so
if you have opinions about that, you know, too, I definitely encourage you to participate in that, because I think, you know, while we certainly, you know, have some ideas about visualization of data, and Jenn is, you know, such a great leader, if you have ideas for, in particular, the bio data to be visualized in a particular way, or a certain analysis to be done each year. So a sidebar that we didn't say, this project is not funded. It is a fully volunteer run. Jenn is a super volunteer who I'm very grateful for her engagement with Nation of Makers. You know, we are, you know, this project is not one that we yet have, you know, funding for. So, you know, we're relying on people with, you know, a background in, you know, sort of data, and people that geek out in data. So I think that's probably everybody here. So we really enjoy having people join us to make this even better. And so, you know, what that means is that there's a great opportunity for folks that participate to really help us, you know, sort of shape the kinds of analysis that we end up doing, the kinds of data that we're able to put out into the world. So if you're like, oh my gosh, I can think already of like what a dashboard for Biospaces might look like, and that's something I want to work on, you know, that hackathon is an opportunity for you to develop that, or to, you know, partnership with other folks, come and develop that. So we would welcome that kind of participation. On the screen, just so you know, I just threw it up. We had some questions that we kind of came up with, but certainly, you know, we also want your input. If you think a question is not good, like, don't ever ask us X. Please tell us that too. You know, certainly we're trying our best, and we make mistakes like everybody else. This is a huge iterative process. What we're trying to do is get to an MVP that can be stable, so that we can start to get that longitudinal data more accurately. But each year we do a little bit of refinement, but you know, every piece of data you give helps us. And if you have questions, please do throw them into the chat. Also, again, this is supposed to be dynamic, so we definitely are trying to include folks. And you can feel free to unmute yourself. You don't have to quietly put it in the chat. You can totally unmute yourself.
Yeah, we generally, just so that you all know, we will report out. This year we have a team that has a little more experience with creating interactive dashboards. So as the survey results are coming in, we will have some dashboarding happening. So you'll be able to see some of the results live, but generally we give a full report out at NomCon, which happens in, that happens about June of every year. So the results will be, the report will be available then. And it might be more of a digital delivery than a PDF this time around, just because we have the ability to create that. And it's more fun for us to, I think it's fun for people to be able to play with data and see things. I will say one of the positive things that has come out of the data working group in the last year is with outreach to other organizations, or with us kind of having a presence, and us being able to say that data matters within Nation of Makers, is that when they did an impact survey with Americans for the Arts about makerspaces and COVID impacts, we got representation on that survey. They originally weren't including makerspaces there, but they're starting to recognize that makerspaces are places where art happens. Similarly, if there are organizations or there are groups where representation should happen, where makerspaces should be recognized as places where scientific research or study can occur, That's something that the data working group is more than willing to do or take on, is to get makerspaces or DIYBio labs seen in other types of research and publication. That way, if we show up in the data, then we're there, and then other people start to understand more about who we are. So getting to show up in the COVID data that Makerspaces had experienced a loss, that's a step towards actually being recognized in arts funding and actually being eligible for grants and support through organizations such as Americans for the Arts.
I just want to jump in real quick that we have
sure.
about 10 minutes left. And
Okay.
also, if you're still interested in questions, I have one.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be great.
Well, so when I don't have my governance hat on, when I'm really just thinking about, like, as a person who likes biospaces and wants to be in them, the very first question that just immediately comes to my mind, and it keeps coming up in different ways for me, is, well, what are they doing there? Like, what are the projects? And I don't know if there's a good way to answer those questions in a survey like this. I wonder how you think about that, about, like, is it mostly mycology space where they play with mushrooms and that's really cool? Or are they trying to, do open insulin, or, like, and I don't know if there's a good way to kind of get at that data. What do you think?
Absolutely. That's something that we ask. So we ask what types of, in the regular maker survey, we ask what types of tools that they have in those spaces. So that would obviously be something in the biospace that's different, but we also ask what different projects they take on, or what services they offer. So that would be something where it's like, okay, well, this might be slightly different for the bio world, because you might have, like a list of, 30 different types of projects, but that's an actual, it's a checkbox somebody could mark and say, hey, we're doing cell research, or we're doing, here's what we're, here's the type of work we're doing. Additionally, it would be like, here's who we're serving. Like, we're here for college students, we're here to teach youth, we're here to, here's where we're trying to reach people, here's the audience that we're trying to reach, as well as here are the types of projects that we take on at this space, or here's what members have done in the last year.
So,
Dorothy?
and I also, I was going to say there's sort of two other places where we collect data. It's not exactly the same. So survey data is collected in the way that Jen said. There's sort of two other things we've tried to do. So we have had in past non-fund sort of like, focus groups in a way where people are both contributing sort of information, but also contributing sort of questions or thoughts on the data that we've presented, saying like, oh, there's these other things you should consider adding these things. So that's one place. But then the other place, there's another group within Nation of Makers that's been working on sort of what they're calling, oh gosh, why am I blanking on the name? They're like basically little cards, and actually Jen Fox from Microsoft is really interested in this. Can't think of the name of what they call them. But,
scorecards, you mean?
The scorecards. Thank you. It's like, it's something cards, scorecards. So the scorecards project is actually a way for spaces to gather data monthly that then could feed into sort of a dashboard or a deck. And so that's an early sort of burgeoning project. But the reason why that's of interest is because I think one of the things that occurred to us, and when we get feedback from folks when they do the survey, is it's not just that the survey ends up being a little long, it's also that a lot of spaces are just not sure about the data. Like, they're like, I don't collect this. I have no clue what projects. It's kind of amazing how many people don't know what projects people are doing. They're like, we just leave a space where you can make whatever you want, and you don't really have to report in to us what you're doing, but then that makes it hard to report on what they're doing. So we've been trying to design ways to capture data in a way that's a little more manageable, not like trying to be Big Brother, like, and say you have to log everything you're doing, but just allowing people to sort of catalog sort of generally what they're doing. And so that's another sort of thing that, we would love to have sort of feedback from this group of folks, or anyone else who's listening to this afterwards that's interested, to kind of think about how do we gather this type of data. But to answer your sort of acute question, Tim, I'm just thinking, like, to Jen's point, if there is a list, or if somebody in this group, or someone who is interested wants to kind of come up with like sort of just a base list of the types of things that you find or I know someone's going to present on a community survey that's already being put out. If there's already a list of things that you have from your survey that we could just quickly import into ours, we're happy to do that. And like Jen said, we already asked that kind of question. So it's, again, that can be a condition. If you say in Biospace, you get asked this other thing. The other thing I just wanted to quickly say too is that we know that there's intersectionality. So Jen brought up the arts. We know that spaces like GenSpace, for example, do art and biology. And so there are places where there's intersectionality, and just because you're a biospace doesn't mean you don't do other things. There are also lots of makerspaces that have biospace activities in a small part, you know, in their space. They're not doing a ton, but they may have a small incubator. They may have some sort of, you know, I've seen some makerspaces run CRISPR workshops, you know, so because you can get, you know, the kits pretty easily, and if you have someone who's, you know, well versed in how to do that type of experiment, they can help do that. So I think there are some interesting sort of crossovers. So if anyone also has any sort of thoughts as to like the branching and what makes sense for branching so that we don't exclude anyone, that would also be helpful. Okay, I'm going to look in the chat. Let's see. Okay, so this is.
So as we do get this set of data, there is the potential in the future to look at, you know, the data about the spaces and to launch smaller surveys. So if there are things that we're wanting to know later on down the line, that's something where the data team has interest in spinning off smaller surveys. So for example, for libraries, libraries might have an entirely different set of questions about, you know, about different schools or different, you know, services or different things that they offer that might not be a part of, it might not make sense to ask that as a part of the larger survey, but that might be something that we do down the line.
And I see there's a question here from Jimena, from Jimena about Latin America. And so right now our survey, even though our organization's mostly US, this survey is open to the entire world. We, you know, the functionality, I think we fixed it so there's like a country. So like, and we fixed, you know, the lat long so that people could enter. Most of our data, just for comparative purposes and just so we are being forthright, right now most of our data does come from the US because we tend to have more connections within the US for our organization. But we're really excited to actually bring on other countries. And I will say, if you're a biospace, but you have, like, say, a makerspace that is like a different type of space that you work with, an art space that you work with, and you know, they should fill this out too. Like, we want to get as many folks as possible to fill it out. I don't think we exactly said this, but the survey is actually sort of in 3 components. So there is a, depending on what role you're playing within the organization, you fill out a slightly different survey. So there is a leadership survey for the leaders of these spaces, a membership survey for members of these spaces, and then there is what we call the economy survey, which is only filled out once by one, the lead person that knows like the financials of that organization, and usually fills that out. And so those, we're trying to get at sort of those different viewpoints there. Jen, did I say that correctly? Is that a good description?
That is correct. So we do have the 3 different branches of the survey, and their coin incentive is if we get like 1 from each space. So if you're wanting a challenge coin, hopefully someone different is not going to fill out all 3 surveys. We would get actually a good sample of data, or a good simple sample from your space. But if you're interested in joining our Slack, our Slack channel, then what you would do is you'd get a hold of Dorothy, and she would add you to that. And then once you get into that, if you want to join the data working group, I'm sorry, but you're stuck with me. We will meet every Monday at 5:30 Eastern again, and that's on, we do like a Google Meet once a week. You don't have to go every single week, but if you're working on a particular project, we'd ask you to check in. We are excited to involve this community in the work that we're doing, and we're excited to see this survey project grow and branch and be able to serve more people than it presently does. So consider it an open invite, and if you need to ask any questions specifically of myself or the data working group, data@nationofmakers.us would be who you'd reach out to for that.
Yeah. And I want to say, you know, to Jimena's point too, like we're trying to grow this data set and grow the community and just, you know, sort of get data and for as many people as possible. Ideally, our dream goal is that like 10 years from now, you could pull a data set literally just for Argentina and say, here's the whole like maker ecosystem of Argentina. And you could present data on what the impact is on your community within Argentina and be able to present that to a policymaker who then maybe could, you know, put in something into law that then could result in funding for these spaces to exist. And that's like our dream, right? So that's what we're trying to do, is get a data set that's so big that it can be used for so many people's purposes, but that we can also say this is a global movement. This is not just happening in Argentina. It's also happening in Switzerland, and it's also happening in the Congo, and it's also happening here in the United States, you know? So I think it's really important, you know, that we work together. And part of the reason why my passion for, you know, trying to come to this community, and Jen and I were like, yes, we really want to get this community engaged, and so grateful for everyone who's already joined in on sort of some of the conversations, is that we shouldn't be recreating the wheel by ourselves. Like, we are a community globally, and whether we're biologists by training or not, like we really definitely benefit from working together towards these goals. So I hope that we can help you reach all of your goals in your different areas of the world, and just feel free to reach out to me. I will say it's the American Thanksgiving holiday, which I have issues with, but still we're celebrating it next week. So if I don't get back to you right away, just, you know, ping me again the week after next, and it'll be great. And I'll definitely be in touch, but I can add whoever to Slack if you just send me a message. You can send me also a direct message in the Community Bio Summit Slack if you want to.
Thank you guys so
everyone.
much. All right,
Thank you
let's
for
let's show some love to our presenters here. That was awesome. You guys rock. Really appreciate that. So we've got here. I'll throw up a share screen, and we've got a few minutes actually. So take a second, stretch. You know, take care of yourself, take care of your body. And in about 4 minutes, we're going to hear from Andy Murray again about social science research in community biospace. So I think this might dovetail really nicely. And in the meantime, keep the chat going, and you know, if you have more kind of thoughts for our Nation of Makers friends, then I'm sure they'd be happy to take them. Yeah, who is Andy Murray? That's a great question. We're still wondering. But I think we can keep working at it. How's it going, Andy?
I hear he plays tennis. I heard. That's what I heard.
Do you really play tennis?
No, there's a Wimbledon winner with my same name.
You're right. I remember that. You look like you could play. I don't know. I could see it.
I'm glad that you like. I'm just waiting for him to be forgotten. So no, I'm more of like a board gamer than
Do you have a favorite board game? You a Catan fan or a?
How much do you like board games? How deep you want to go into this rabbit hole?
It's one of these questions where we pan the camera over and you have a giant pile of board games waiting to be played.
I do. I can't. It's on my coffee table, but I can't pan the camera that far. But yeah, they're there.
That's great. Yeah, you know, board games are a lot of fun. Now accepting your favorite board game in the chat.
I don't know what I'll throw. I'll say Terraforming Mars. That's a very good one.
That sounds fun. I'm playing one. Maybe if anyone's a board game nerd, they can help me remember. It was about building a small Japanese town, and it was called like Como
Machikoro.
something. Machikoro, yeah. There it was. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed playing that.
See, I'm a board game nerd. Oh, Candyland. Candyland is great because it's not even a game. It's just an algorithm. It's a shuffled deck of cards that you draw.
True. It is true.
Yeah.
I have to say, my daughter has always, I mean, now she's 12 when she was little. She had like the best, she still has like really great game luck. Like, it's just insane. And so it's like, there's no way you're winning this. Like, all the
So how
time.
long till she can go to Vegas?
I know, exactly. She's 12, so she's counting the days, really.
Okay, you're getting there. The Women in Science card game. That's a good answer, Maria.
Is that the name of the card game?
Yeah, and I'm so mad because it's out of print right now.
Oh,
You can
no.
actually download it and print it yourself, so they've made the PDFs available for free. But it actually has really good gameplay. It is, the size of a deck of cards.
Maria, if you have like a moment this weekend, can you like put that in the Slack? Because that would be such a great thing to kind of just have out there.
No,
I'd love
it's
to play.
actually somewhat traditional that at the very first Bio Summit, I brought Women in Science, and at the party, instead of drinking, I had like 15 women standing around me. We all played Women in Science, the card game.
There's a lot of good. There's a lot of good science card game or board games too. As well,
I know.
like
I
additional.
probably own them.
Yeah.
All right.
Although I give a
hate to
thumbs
break it up.
down to DNA, the card game. That one was not well put together.
Oh yeah. Didn't the folks at UC Davis make one called Gut Check, like a micro?
I own that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one's okay.
All right. I have to break up. I have to break up the,
All right.
the game discussion. I appreciate it, but instead we will talk about social science research in the community biospace. So welcome new people coming in. Just your regular reminders to use the chat, and let's keep it fun. And let's get excited for joining me in welcoming Andy Murray. And I'll stop sharing my screen now in case you want to share yours.
I will, but I have to figure out how I'm gonna work it so I can still see my notes. But let's go ahead and make
These
that
are
happen.
the challenges.
They really are very challenging. So
All right, well, let's
is a
see
whole-
some snaps and applause for Andy while he gets his notes ready.
you're gonna have to keep snapping for a little while. It looks like.
All right, keep
Do
snapping,
you
keep
have,
snapping.
do you
keep
have two
snapping.
monitors, Andy? If you have two monitors, you can just drag one over and then drag the notes to the other one.
I do, and that's precisely where I'm working at. Thanks. I'm almost there. No,
Didn't
no,
mean to
no.
Woman-splain you there.
No, I frequently need things explained to me. I kind of just expected this to go full screen in a way that it didn't, but hopefully this works. You can see this, right?
Yes.
Okay, good enough for me then.
Oh,
right.
so now we can see literally all of your windows.
What do you mean all of them? Like you can see
You
this
did
stuff,
like
right?
yeah, okay, I think we're back. There was a moment where we
Yeah.
saw, all of your working stuff as you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, good luck even getting a snapshot of all that mess. But okay, so this is good now, right?
Looking good.
Let's hope so. Okay, cool. All right. Hi, my name's Andy Murray. I guess I'll have to redo some of who I am. I'm a postdoc at the Global Observatory for Genome Editing, which is a project run out of the program on Science, Technology, and Society at Harvard Kennedy School. I'm also a founding member of the Open Insulin Society Working Group. Both of these things are going to affect this talk in various ways. It says it's about social science work in community bio. It is loosely about that, but it's kind of a talk in general about community bio and ethics, and that's hence the community bioethics. It's similar to the questions that I talked about on the earlier panel, which is what version of this thing called ethics or bioethics is appropriate for the community biospace. So this is my 4th Bio Summit now out of 5. So I missed the first one, which I'll never get back, but I'm excited to be here. So, this is just a sort of introduction to the basic themes I'm going to talk about for the next 10, 12 minutes or so. Like I said, I'm at the Kennedy School right now, so maybe this framing has just seeped into my psyche in some profound way. But I have here, as an overarching question, ask not what ethics can do for you, ask what you can do for ethics. And the you here is standing in for community bio. So the question I'm going to put on the table is ask not what ethics can do for community bio, but ask what community bio can do for ethics. And another way of sort of phrasing this is ask not what are our ethics, our being community bio again, but to ask what ways of rethinking and remaking ethics does community bio provoke or invite? So I think that community bio provides all sorts of provocations for rethinking and remaking ethics as we know it. And there's a group of people that are really interested in redrawing the boundaries of conventional and institutional forms of expertise, of which ethics and bioethics are some examples. I think that this is also a group that would be inclined toward such a deeper rethinking of ethics and bioethics. So again, I'm going to provide a little bit more context of where exactly I'm coming from. So I have to thank the fellow members of my the working group Open Insulin in Society, with whom I've been working on these and related questions for quite a while. Open Insulin in Society, briefly put, is founded as a working group within the Open Insulin Project, which was a horizontal structure of different working groups. It's largely, but not exclusively, made up of social scientists, both studying open insulin as an object and working as members of Open Insulin. So there's, 4 people who kind of work in this participant observer role, doing a kind of ethnography of open insulin in a participatory capacity, where they're also working members of Open Insulin, at least in some, to different extents. But so it's a reflexive arm of the project in that it seeks to understand and contextualize open insulin as sort of a service to open insulin, right? That it's advantageous for open insulin to have some study of itself and what it is trying to accomplish, and the circumstances that enable it to exist and the circumstances that constrain it. So it works. We've done work on social science methods, like what does it mean to be doing this kind of participatory ethnography, where we're actively working within the thing that we're studying. If you've listened to anything I've said today, you know that I'm about troubling these boundaries of, like, when are you doing conceptual, quote unquote, objective work, and when are you doing interventionist work? It's along those same sorts of themes. The group is also working on a survey research project, which Maria has played an enormous role in. So thank you, Maria, and our wonderful interns that we had over the summer, on the experiences of insulin scarcity. So that's the sort of social science work within the community bio space. So, it's indicating that I'm coming at questions from several directions at once. Someone who has experience doing human subjects research through IRBs, someone who's interested in pursuing human subjects research as a member of a community bio effort, and as someone who has taken up research ethics, and particularly bioethics, as an object of study from my own disciplinary perspective. So let me make sure I can see a clock here. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about a few key moments in scientific governance to sort of like flesh out this history of ethics, so I can talk about what the significance of those moments are for community bioethics. So one is the Asilomar Conference on Recombinant DNA. This happened in 1975. This is a history that probably many of you are familiar with, I would expect. A group of researchers, sort of loosely led by people like Paul Berg, David Baltimore, called for a moratorium on recombinant DNA, certain forms of recombinant DNA research in particular. In 1974, they called for a voluntary moratorium on the research. And then the following year, they held a gathering at Pacific Grove, the Asilomar Conference Center, which is where Asilomar gets its name, in Pacific Grove, California, where they sort of worked out questions of whether or not this type of research should proceed. And this is a significant historical event, particularly for the way that it's remembered. And that's what this Asilomar in memory is, and the way that it's used as a precedent for a certain kind of way of governing scientific research. So Ben Hurlbut, who's cited here, describes how Asilomar is remembered and invoked as an example of successful scientific self-governance, and is used as a way to reinforce the idea that scientists, or properly scientifically informed, that is technically literate publics, right? This is back to that idea of scientifically literate people that we were getting at in the earlier panel, are the only ones capable, or the best ones, the best capable people of making governance decisions. And this has been a responsibility that public representatives, governmental representatives, have often been very willing to cede to experts. So bioethics is a field of expertise that has come to fill this role alongside institutional science in many ways. And put briefly, the precedent of scientific self-governance set by Asilomar delimits the kinds of knowledge, the kinds of reason, and the kinds of public deliberation that are deemed relevant for the governance of science and technology. The second moment that I want to talk about is the emergence of disciplinary bioethics more broadly. So bioethics, as we recognize it today, comes into emergence in the wake of Nuremberg and several other, sort of like landmark landmark is the wrong word for the kinds of things that we're talking about, but things like the Tuskegee syphilis study, right? Like clearly problematic and upsetting and violent examples of human subject research. So I'm interested in how this thing called bioethics emerges, how it operates as a way of understanding how we can bring community bioethics into being. But bioethics frequently revolves around the ethical principles in the Belmont report, which are listed here: respect for autonomy, non-maleficence, that's the do no harm principle, beneficence, and justice. It tends to revolve around a somewhat selective interpretation of those principles and to be weighted toward the top of that list. So that's the emphasis on individual rights, which falls under the respect for autonomy and the idea of informed consent. Those are the things that tend to get emphasized more heavily than, say, justice, which you could argue is to some extent the forgotten principle of the Belmont report principles, at least, or maybe the one that people have interpreted as the most difficult one to actually put into practice. So, you know, what a question is, what is informed consent, right? What does it mean to understand risk when risk is really just a specific form of technical reasoning about ignorance, right? It's like it's turning non-knowledge into a form of technicalized knowledge. So anyway, I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But the focus on individual rights is also consistent with the focus on juridical institutions, through which institutions like IRBs are tested and defined in the United States in particular. So IRBs are institutions of legal protection for institutions and researchers as much as they are ethical institutions, or maybe it's that ethics are at least as legalized as they are oriented toward justice, but those things are entangled. So the takeaways are that bioethics generally exists sort of downstream, can function as a gatekeeper, procedural hurdle, and a handmaiden. This is institutional ethics in general, not just bioethics. When I say that it functions as both a gatekeeper and a handmaiden, seem to be at odds with one another, I mean that scientists often encounter institutions and as red tape to get through in order to get on with the business of doing their research, while at the same time those IRBs are relieving scientists of the need to take ethical responsibility for their work, or to otherwise taint it with politics, which is supposed to be the separate domain altogether. It's not unlike the reasons members of community bio have expressed a desire for some kind of institutionalized ethics, but also want that form of ethics to be both flexible and voluntary, going back to the voluntary self-governance model of Asilomar in a sense. Yeah, so I'm going to move on for the sake of time. So this is this idea about filling the ethics gap. So I think we have some people who have done this work, some of this work. Some people in community bio, and I'd count myself among these in a sense, are interested in the idea of something like a community bio IRB, and have talked about the ethics gap. That is that many community bio practices don't fall under the legal requirements to have something like an institutional review board. So my concern is that the perception of an ethics gap, I want to problematize more the kind of ethics that community bio is missing, and suggest that the questions relevant to this is what should we be filling the ethics gap with, who decides and by what process. So some of these researchers working in the community biospace have produced some important and some really interesting data that shows that members of the public have different ideas about ethics than conventional institutional science. For example, that they would just inflect those principles of the Belmont report differently. They would care more about things like justice. Their version of autonomy is different. But the questioning to some extent revolves around identifying the kind of ethics that community bio members already hold as a first step toward building a form of ethics that's deemed appropriate for community bio. And I'd suggest that this approach is likely to build something like conventional bioethics, but more suited to smaller resource limited scientists, less hierarchical, something like that, rather than advancing a more profound challenge to those kinds of institutionalized ethics, which is something that community bio might be capable of if it starts from other kinds of questions. So, it still seems to presume a sort of deficit model in the public understanding of science, whereby ethics are transmuted into questions that technical experts, that scientists themselves, even if these scientists are community scientists now, are the ones that are best positioned and best suited to understand. The idea that ethics for community bio need to be streamlined to deal with community bio's potential to do faster and nimbler sorts of science reinscribes the idea that ethics exists to enable science to distribute its presumed inherent benefits to society more quickly and with fewer hiccups, which is again a fundamental assumption. And the way that the idea of community bio needs a a trust architecture, which I think is a very interesting idea, talking about structures of trust, kind of assumes that a trust architecture similar to what conventional science has, assumes that conventional science has an effective trust architecture, which I really don't. I really think that in many ways, the effectiveness of that trust architecture is in doubt right now. So I'm going to end with a few examples of provocations here. The provocation, I'm not trying to provoke all of you, I'm trying to suggest the ways that community bio provokes us to think about ethics differently, right? So the first example, the first two really come from Open Insulin. So one hallmark of institutional ethics is focus on individualization of the research subject and on drawing particular kinds of boundaries around science and society or science and politics, policing those sorts of boundaries. That is, institutional ethics is trained on considering certain sorts of ways in which people, normally individuals, are subjected to scientific experiments. But what if we draw those lines differently? That is, what if we suggest that the rapid commercialization of biotechnology and biomedicine since around the early 1980s has subjected populations to a scientific experiment, a bioeconomic population level experiment? To ask this question is, in a sense, to undo the separation of science and politics that bioethics has often been in the business of enacting, right? So here are American insulin users, victims of a bioeconomic experiment in which no one is informed, in which the risks are essentially uncalculable and in which they did not consent to participate. Provocation 2, group, whoop, we went back to everything. Group vulnerability. So while I was conducting my dissertation research, the research was paused temporarily when I reached out to my IRB with the question, which was that it occurred to me that the project did, despite its open nature and open name and open door policy and things like that, have a need to protect certain kinds of information because it faced threats related to things like, for example, intellectual property, threats that are often vague, indeterminate, and that can depend more on the whims of someone who has resources who wants to come after you than anything else, right? Than anything that you're actually doing. When I approached my IRB with these concerns, I approached them with the idea that while the individuals I was researching weren't necessarily being put at any more than minimal risk, there was a potential for the project itself to be at risk. The IRB had no idea what to do with this kind of question. They temporarily shut down my research and started investigating me. It was a short, 2 weeks, and then they did effectively nothing and let me continue my research. They had no idea what to do with this kind of question. So the question is, how can institutions of ethical review or oversight account for collective vulnerabilities, right? What do you do with this kind of vulnerability that's invisible to ethics as it currently exists? And provocation 3.
And I'll ask you to just sort of wrap up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, okay. So once again, the quest to discover or to make explicit the ethics of this public, the kind of people hailed by and drawn to community bio, asking what are our ethics, is premised on a set of assumptions that this public has cohesive shared ethical values to begin with, that ethics should be institutionalized on the basis of what scientists and researchers think is desirable, and that there exists a sufficient mode or mechanism of participation and deliberation in place to get answers. So this third provocation revolves around the ethics document 1.0 that was created at the Global Community Bio Summit a couple of years ago, and I was involved in producing this, as were several other people here. I'll say that what I've been doing here is asking a lot of questions, and that document also asks a lot of questions, but the way that it's been put into circulation is not in a way that's actually inviting processes whereby those questions get answered, but rather where it continues to exist as a list of questions that we all acknowledge and presume is some sort of totem of our shared values, rather than having a conversation about to what extent we actually do share values. So I'll leave it there. I have much more to say on this last point in particular, but.
Thank you. There is so much more to say, clearly. What do you think about Maria's idea to link these slides and then maybe even do some provocations on Twitter and social media and things like that?
I'm not a big tweeter, but I can absolutely share the slides. Okay,
great. Yeah, if you can just put those in the Slack, and then maybe Maria will do the tweeting on your behalf. Okay, great. Thanks, Maria. Well, let's thank Andy. Andy, thank you so much for this this talk. And if people have more discussions here, I think there's really a lot more to do here. Yeah, I would encourage taking it to the Slack, and we can kind of go from there. Let's do it.
Okay. Oh, did I do automatic? Apparently, I don't know how to use a computer either. So I titled this "How We Got the Government to Trust Us and Get Manufacturers to Buy In," and then I realized I also didn't put in a small description of what I was going to be working on. And full disclosure, I am in Paris right now, sitting in the lobby in a hotel, so you might hear people around. The other title that I go for with things that I present are "Defending the Impossible, the Hyperconnection in the Biomedical Ecosystem, Medical, Pharma, Manufacturing, and Healthcare." So why does this talk matter to this community? Because we are working on things that are being done that is outside of the norm of academia, outside of regular science, and outside of technologies. I believe that we as a community have a much better communication skill set than a lot of folks do, where we talk to each other, we write to each other very often. We are pretty thorough in our communications. We have open science that shares, and we care about everyone's progress and how they are working on things. More importantly, us as a community, us as individuals, because we're all working on something that is usually ahead of the curve of what the regulators and manufacturers are working on. So when I talk about the biological systems, hospitals, farms, and why, so I speak primarily from a place of cybersecurity, so that's kind of where this is going to go. So why are biological systems, things that we do, hospitals, farms are interested in this, why are criminals invested in it? Because there's a lot of information in one place, including the things that we work on. Who wants the medical data? Everyone wants the medical data. When you go into the hospital, they ask you for ID information, your credit card. So there's a lot of people that are already invested in the micro sectors, the micro industries of healthcare and in community bio. So what can they do with this information? There are a lot of options. COVID has taught us that the biomedical ecosystem is kind of open. And these are things that I think a lot of people were shouting from rooftops, blow horns, and just lighting up fires for, and nobody was really paying attention. So when we talk about healthcare, the things that we work on, it's a system of systems, right? So as computers go, there are lots of different parts that do lots of different things, but they all work together. Same thing as the body. Stomach lining does not work well as leg muscle because they're different tissues. They have different functionalities. They all work together to create the unique person that we are. So when we talk about healthcare data, to quote Monty Python, it's the holy grail. In terms of data theft, again, when we go in, we give away all of this information. And now we also have the genomic and the DNA information that is readily available for criminals or just random humans that are walking around in the wireless on hospital platforms. So the work that we do, we have a lot of the technology dependencies in community bio and how it's starting to work into our day-to-day livelihoods. So when I talk about the citizen science DIYBio community, it's not the healthcare area. However, thinking about how COVID came about, not came about, but when it started, the hospitals, governments, everywhere else started looking at the nation of makers, at the community bio centers saying, oh, we don't have these things, but you do. So can you help us make these 3D PPEs? Can you help us make all these things? And suddenly they realized the wealth and the opportunities that they had within the organizations that we work with and for. They also started to recognize that we collect data in a really responsible way, and that is a valuable commodity that they don't have resources into. I was on a phone call, I previously worked for the government, and I was on a phone call and this human was talking about citizen science in a way that I spoke about it in 2014, and I sidebarred with him and I was like, nothing you said made sense. And the reason I say that is you clearly didn't do your homework. You are talking from a place of pain where you think we're all just manifesting all these evils, where you need to realize what we are doing and how we are doing it. And we are trying, like to Alex's point, right? We're trying to do better. We are trying to implement our own IRBs. We're trying to be better and work within parameters while simultaneously remaining true to ourselves. So creating the trust that we have as different organizations within the community into healthcare, pharma, bio, government, more importantly, so that they trust us and they let us work within the ways that we want to. Globalization, this conference is the perfect manifestation of that, because we all come from such different places and from so many different backgrounds, and then linking over to innovation. I know that I am not the owner of all the information in the world. So when we create teams, it's I know one thing, somebody else knows this other thing. Everybody on the team is really good at one thing or whatever it is that they do. And then we teach each other, we have the conversations. So the things that we work on usually end up being much cheaper, better able to create, and more open to the communities we serve. And then there's always the threats, because a lot of what we work on may not be wrapped up in security measures. So just thinking through, if we are going to be compatible with the manufacturers and attempt to play on their field, there has to be more security wrappers around what we're doing so that we can be viable in that fashion. So when I was thinking about how the biohacking village got more buy-in from the government, it was, what did we do? We created an ecosystem that's very close to what they do, but put our own spin on it and made it so that it was something they needed to buy into. So we have a device lab that emulates a real hospital space, and we collaborate with the manufacturers. They bring their devices to us and they present it to the security researchers, the hackers, the bio community, the DIYBio community, and they say, break into my things and tell me what's wrong. And there's real-time vulnerability disclosures. Everybody has a conversation, and eventually things get fixed, and we're creating those bonds. We have the speaker labs. We've had a bunch of DIY folks come in and talk about the emerging technologies that they're working on, the threats that they've seen, what they're mitigating, and how they're working through all of these things. Our Catalyst lab works more toward hands-on solutions to things and workshops. We also have a Capture the Flag, which does, so folks are literally zero, they've never touched the computer, they don't know what the Googles is. We will teach them how to do all the steps until they get to what we have created as a dark web, so that they can go through the whole spectrum and start understanding how medical, how tech, how DIYBio, all the things start fitting into one in another. And then we also do tabletop exercises, which they go to failure. So that essentially just means that we go all the way through so that you feel the pain, because I would prefer for you to have to think through all the things while there's nothing going on than have to think through all the pain while you're in pain. So we've created all of those, all of these, and the government does come in and they have conversations with this, and the Biohacking Village, the community that we are, have also had conversations with them to say, these are the things that we're seeing. How can we help you? Who else can we bring in? As that gentleman that I had the conversation with about citizen science, I told him about this conference. I do not know if he is here, but I was like, you may want to come here. You may want to see the breadth and depth of the community. So this is just a lot more about the infrastructures around the things that we're working on. So again, the ecosystem does not work in a silo. There are microsectors involved. When we think about how healthcare works, we tend to think that we go to our PCP, our general practitioner, and they are the owner and overseer of all the data. But if your sugar was high, you would go to an endocrinologist, and then that doctor would eventually send you back. So the way that healthcare has siloed out the particulates of the specialties and the securities, they've also done with a lot of the other resources that they have, security being one, biomanufacture being another, people, resources. There are intense laws that we all have to follow within ourselves, within this community, and then the hospitals also have to navigate through. So just as a proviso, just as something to think about, in the United States in 2017, there were 529 different laws that hospitals, just the hospitals, had to abide by. And if you don't have an understanding of what that actually means, and you don't have people that are tech or policy or security understanding, your information is just going to go out in the wild, and there is no way that you can maybe find it because the decisions were not necessarily made. It's just out there. I feel like the the things that we work on as DIY biologists, citizen scientists, we all have all that glorious data, and the data equals cash, equals funding, equals resources to a lot of the folks. So by us having that, we create another source of envy for some folks, and they need us to help them provide those things. AI, ML, NLP are also bringing in that data. It's just, they're, I want to say, not super, they're complex in their own way, and they are maybe creating extra problems. I talked about this already. So different models of care, bringing in this community again, because we've done things differently traditionally from the beginning. We see a problem, we navigate through it, we have conversations with the people. We don't just create something because we want to create something. We go to the source, we have conversations, we do customer surveys. When we talk about software or development life cycles in general, we write everything down. We as technologists write down to the details, because we have to be able to be credible, and we have to recreate things so that it is something that is sourceable. It is something that is there and can be replicated. Other things, the patents for us may become issues, because I believe in the United States, it's like 20K just to get an IP or something to that effect. And for a lot of us, that's an unreasonable amount of money, so that we end up selling it up to an academic partner, so that they end up getting credit and they end up taking a lot of that financial resources once we get it funded. So cybersecurity, the things that we work on, how is it part of the national security issues? For me, when I look at it, it's a form of asymmetric warfare. No system or the things that we work on, none of it looks the same. Do we have workflows? Do we have threat models for the functionalities and for the things that we write up? I think this community does a really beautiful job of talking about their failure stories, which for the most part, industry does not. Perhaps we do have business associate agreements with the people that within the groups, borrowing things from each other. Something else that I think about a lot are server locations. We may be using AWS, and we have those agreements with AWS, but they have business associate agreements with other people. So where do those servers live, and where does that information go? Because those laws that the country that those servers are in are the laws that those servers have to abide by. So it's something else that we have to think about, including our own data. If you're on Google, where do those servers live? Where is this information going? Access point interfaces, those are breaking at a rapid breakneck speed. I hate bios, so this is my bio, blah, 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 blah. I do stuff, I do things, but you can reach me here if you have more conversation points or you just want to talk in general. 15 minutes, done.
Nicely done. All right, let's hear some applause for Nina. Any questions? Any comments? Anything you want to pitch in? Assuming you don't have to check out of your hotel.
No, I will be here for a little while.
Okay, great. Is there any resources that people can follow? Links to website. I see Patrick just put
Patrick just put the website in. I have a list of books that I really think are interesting, and I can just put them in there. They talk about security. They talk about healthcare.
All right. Well, fabulous. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Nina.
Yeah.
And next up will be Ibrahim. Ibrahim, are you here?
Yes, I am. So there is no break.
Looks like we're just rolling through. I'm looking at my schedule here. If you need like a minute, we can take a quick break. Don't want you to have to. Okay, so we'll take just one quick break and hurry on back, and we'll all hear from Ibrahim.
Thank you.
Let's take 5 minutes, everyone, and try to be back at 4:20. How about that?
Perfect.
Perfect.
pop up that beautiful talk promo. There it is.
Lots of food for thought today.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to enter the BioSummit zone of too many good ideas, too many interesting conversations, brain melting.
We're only on day 1, Tim. We haven't even
I
finished.
know. What am I gonna do?
I'm going through that badly because what is it? Power of Community track has got some great conversations going right now too.
Oh, see, you're just making me jealous.
Well, you just got to learn how to listen to more than one thing at a time.
I'm definitely having FOMO.
Well, the good news is in a couple of weeks, we will post everything on YouTube. So if you missed an amazing talk, or if you're like, what did they say? You can go back to the handy friends at YouTube and rewatch stuff.
We all have 2 ears. What are you doing? Just listening to one track?
I'm watching 3 things at once.
Hey,
Maria,
Maria.
you're always an overachiever, and I think someone posted about that. Like,
They
how
have
you're
mocked me for that in all 3 tracks I'm sitting in now. Yes.
Maria, you had a really good reminder just now to take a picture, which we have not done. So let's do that before when we come
Yeah.
back.
So if we stop screen sharing, everybody turns their camera on.
Yeah,
let's
can
do
we
it.
do that soon? So as everyone's starting to come back from the break, if you turn your cameras on and we can take a cute group picture.
See, I'm sitting in 3 tracks and I'm actively on Slack, WhatsApp, and email.
Amazing.
I've had too many chocolate covered espresso greens today.
Yeah, you're ramping up. I can tell. It's.
I actually am.
For more people to turn on their cameras as they come back. 1 minute. 1 minute.
The pro tip, if you're not already doing it, if you click the view button in the top right and select gallery, you can see as many people as fit on the screen, and it's really fun, especially in the big sessions.
Here we are.
Okay, let's see. Everybody give another second to everybody get their cameras on, and then who's going to do the screenshot? Alex?
I'll do it. And
Okay.
okay, we're waiting for just a couple more people, including Congo. I don't know if he's listening.
He's probably not. He's
probably in about 10. Yeah.
He's in 5 sessions right now.
Okay, well, as soon as
And we got Dorothy who's in the car, it looks like.
Hey, Dorothy.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, as soon as my clock says 1:20, we're doing it.
All right.
Okay.
Just gonna sit here and
We're gonna
make faces at each other.
Said we were coming back at 1:20, and I'm not gonna preempt anyone. So let's just gonna be patient.
I'm practicing my faces.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy BioSummit!
BioSummit!
You got it. Okay, Ibrahim.
All right, the floor is yours, Ibrahim.
Oh, can I share my?
Yeah, do you have share screen privileges? Does the green button work at the bottom?
Let me check. Yeah.
Did I just miss the photo?
You did. You just missed the photo.
You're 1 minute late, literally.
You know what, though? You know what? It's called Photoshop. And it's one of this is actually the family photo that's most easiest to Photoshop. So I'll put myself on that.
You're just gonna swap out somebody else, aren't you?
No, I'm gonna add myself because I'm like a dark square, so I'll just put myself over myself. It'll be perfect.
Yeah, it's weird how David's photo is like slightly askew in every single family photo. I wonder what happened. Okay. We're looking at your like presenter notes right now, Ibrahim.
Oh, no way. Uh-oh. So, okay, well, I guess I just have to share.
If you're using 2 screens, you can just share the entire screen that has the full view.
Oh, okay. Yes, now it is here.
Hey, looking good. All right. Let's do it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ibrahim Dalajan. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you all for coming. This is exciting. I love the energy from our group, and I know also we are online, so we still have all the energy. So my presentation today is about building organization capacity for community biolab, where I hope to share with you all today is the tool I've been still working on that can choose and implement, build your own community biolab capacity. So a little bit about myself. I'm a PhD candidate from Stevens Institute of Technology in systems engineering, and also I have background in biomedical engineering and biomaterial. In a part, my community lab experience helped me. I'm also part of Biotech Without Border. So in particular with my community lab experience helped me to find and also pursue more my involved with synthetic biology. So I became a member, and I found a great opportunity, and with also with other who want to invest their time in this type of doing research. I'm community individually. So I got involved in 2016 and also during this year, I learned the value of really there are also the independent research and the community that can do not only in academia, not only in government setting, or not only in industry, but also community has a role, which is to do some research. But what happened during the COVID, we all, of course, all of us are we couldn't work in our spaces. So I took this time to think about how to really how to make really community lab more sustainable. I think all the question and some reflection about community lab, and this is part of my reflection. Of course, I use my hat and as an engineer, and like think about quality, think about different things that's not normal as within the community lab. So, and how to solve this type of in the management or in the governing side of this type of community. So I propose so that resolution basically led me to another broader question: what is community lab, and how be community lab more efficient, and how they can deliver the mission, and all those questions. So from I thought of more of the value of between that shared as a non-profit community biolab. It's all community lab, it's also a non-profit. So that more like working in that as a non-profit, also as a community lab. So this is an added kind of stage to the operation of as a non-profit. So I think about the community-centric and also safe environment, the sustainable, also what they call the 3 E's of this comes from operation management, quality management. So 3 E's: efficient, effective, and equitable. So therefore my proposal in campus is more of those what they call value within the operation. So I guess I have to change. It doesn't change with me. Let's see. Okay, here you go. So now I have created this type of value within the operational of the community lab, and then I go to ask the identify some of the gap, which is how that running a non-profit community lab basically. So usually not much of the information, or like if you go to any basically library, or you can find how to run a nonprofit, but not how to run a community lab, which is a bit different. So, and this is one of the gap, and also also the sharing between, so those cohort shape that goes in the same direction, but sometimes, so what is the sharing the best practice or the lesson learned between each of those community lab to find more of the established, to find more of the standardized of a best practice, so each lab can learn from each other. So to create a tool for the lab, basically to self-identify, so voluntarily to put to make it as a governing body is more in the efficient of the management, performance, and inclusion. So the question became more. So the access of organization, so the governing body, so the community lab run by the governing body, and then the question lead me to find the pillars of the working of community lab, and those pillars are, I found, are 4 pillars. Those 4 pillars are the pillars of planning, really how they plan their mission, their vision, their working, their strategic action, and then also the pillar of work, what type of work they do as a governing, of course, as this is all a perspective from governing, the governing of the governing body of the community lab. So, and so what's a pillar of engagement as a whole community lab, and also the pillar of the lab state, what's the infrastructure of that lab state. So those are 4 pillars that's the working of community biolabs. So, and then from this pillar, I organized using those pillars to really find a different element within those pillars. So I used it to drive specific, and then used to drive a specific, basically, question. So for example, in the first pillar, that I have only one element, which is, I call it the, what's it's called in VMOSA, which is vision, mission, strategic, and action plan. So those are objective and action plan. So which is the first pillar of planning has only one element, and then the second pillar of work, it has 4 type of elements called governance, methodology of that governance, and then members and system of operation. And then under the third pillar, I call these I call it the pillar of engagement, whether there are 5 of them. So the classes where they offer workshops to the community, and also what type of the biotechnology that they use. Are they really advanced within synthetic biology and genetic engineering, all that? What the offering, that engagement within community lab. So, and also the services to the community beyond, so beyond that, focusing within biotechnology, because I'm only here thinking about community biology lab, and there are a service of that classes within the biotechnology, but there are more engagements within biotechnology. And also there's an outreach, and we'll see that when happened to COVID, we became more an online community, and also we became also a drive for really any misinformation and all that. And also think about the innovation that happened within those type of engagement. So, and then under the infrastructure or the lab space, the 4th pillar is there is a location. This location are near to like transportation, so they are access to a lot of people or no, and also funding, how they became, and also this is a big for the community lab, which is any non-profit in that case, which is the funding. So those are the 4 pillars. Under those 4 pillars are 12. Under those 4 pillars are the 12 elements. So, and then under those 12 elements, I propose 120 questions. So So I have 1 plus 4 plus 5 plus 2 equal 12. And then that equal 12 elements equal 120 questions. So the impact and benefits I am in this type of expanding the capacity of community biolab, I see a benefit and better facilitation of the mission, and also opportunity to identify a better use of limited resources, a mechanism to consciously addresses community needs and integrate ethics and transparency into the day-to-day operation. And also this is a reflective tools to help to create a predictable structure to that's also the member concentration, just more of the work. So this is also can be because it's the engagement more of interdisciplinary, how the interdisciplinary be more and be more of that collaborative interdisciplinary, because people come from different backgrounds. So let's expand this conversation and Miro, and then and I welcome any question. This is my presentation, and thank you all for coming.
Woo, thank you so much. Yeah, let's show some love to Ibrahim. That's great. You got a question in the chat about being able to share this presentation.
Yes.
Is it possible to share links, or you can upload it to the Google Drive?
Yes, I will.
Okay. So look for that maybe in the Slack.
In the Slack or yeah. Yep.
And you can put it here in the Zoom chat as well, but if it goes in the Slack, it's just a little more permanent.
Perfect.
All right. Well, we're cranking right along here. Next, we're going to hear from Verena, and everybody else got to have their sort of glamour shot up. So we won't move forward until I very quickly share this screen. Okay, great. So we're going to hear from Verena about the results and findings of the 2021 DIY Biology Community Survey. And so hopefully this dovetails really nicely with what we heard about earlier from the Nation of Makers folks. So Verena, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Hi, everyone. I wasn't quite sure whether the internet connection would be good where I'm at now. I'm at an event. So I pre-recorded the analysis of the DIY biology survey that I'm presenting today. It doesn't quite do the data justice because it's just survey is so long and there's so many questions and so many people took part. Thank you so much. So there will be a thorough report by the end of next year. No, by the end of this year, hopefully. So, and I'll share that with you then. And this is just a quick glimpse. So yeah, thank you to everyone who took part, and thank you to Yong-Bee who helped design this survey. I'm hoping that you'll find it interesting, and we'll just listen to the recording, I guess, and then leave questions or comments to later. Okay, Tim, if you would want to start the recording.
Oh, sure. Okay, this might be a technical break. I don't think I got the recording.
It's in the, you know what? It's in the Google Drive. Hold on. Okay. Oh, sorry, Verena. I thought because you were here that you were going to do the full thing.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. My technical knowledge is quite limited still. After 18 months in the pandemic.
It's completely understandable. I don't think, yeah, we were expecting a crash course on how to do telepresence all at once.
Sorry,
okay, Alex, are you digging it out?
Where is it? Hey, Tim, do you have access to the Google Drive?
I do.
Or Organizer Drive?
Yep.
Okay, it should be in there.
Okay, in the governance group?
Yeah, in the, I think we put it in the governance exercise one.
Sounds good.
Programs.
All right, this will take me just a minute.
Yeah, sorry, Verena. I
Yeah,
would have.
sorry about that.
It's no worries. I would have had it just a crossed wires.
Totally.
Especially because I unfortunately need to run to go pick up my son in a couple minutes.
You know what I like about BioSummit is that it happens in real life. Do you know what I mean?
So true.
Okay. Let me maximize this and I will share my screen and we'll get going here. And the very first thing people are going to tell me is if they can hear this. So I'm going to hit play and let me know if you can hear it. Nothing? Okay.
When you hit share screen at the bottom, there's a checkbox to include the sound.
Okay, that is good to know because I was probably doing that wrong. Just keeping it fun. Share sound, there it is. Awesome. Okay, and we're sharing. And now, can we hear this? Okay, it's not playing yet.
Hi everyone, I'm Verena and I'm going to give you a quick insight into the DIY biology community survey that I ran earlier this year. I'm a third-year PhD student at the University of Cambridge, and for my PhD project I study how DIY biology is perceived and governed across different countries. And I specifically look at how different countries look at DIY biology and how that ties to cultural specific perceptions of risk and expertise. So, and this is how this survey came about, because my research project means that I dig through regulatory papers and policy documents a lot. And one thing that caught my attention is that how often both media and policy refer to a 2013 study that was conducted by researchers at the Woodrow Wilson Center. And this 2013 study is one of the only larger data sets we have on the DIY biology community. Yeah, I refer to it a lot in my own research. The only issue is that 2013 was a while ago, so presumably things have changed a little bit. And this is what this new DIY biology survey is about. Yeah, it's there to give us an updated perspective, and I will give you an insight into the results. Actually, it's open just for this weekend. So this will be the last chance to participate if you still want to. To everyone who has already participated, thank you so much. A final report will be ready later this year. And for this presentation, I'm only going to refer to 119 responses. These are the responses that were 100% completed by the participants. Okay, let's jump right in. The survey contains a set of demographic questions, and gender is one of them. As you can see here, these are the 2021 results. That's a big pie chart, and the little pie chart is the 2013 study. Many of the participants identified as male, and so that's 65% and 30% female. Yeah, changed a little bit since 2013, it seems. Looking at age, you can see that 25 to 34 makes up the largest group in this survey, followed by the 35 to 44-year-olds. And comparing it, it didn't insert the 2013 data here, but it's actually not changed too much. Individuals from 23 different countries participated in the survey. Many of them came from the US, 63% to be exact, followed by Canada with 7%. But this just shows that DIY biology has traveled to many corners of the world, even if, at least in this data set, Many countries are just represented in small numbers, but they are represented. We asked participants about the highest level of education they have completed, and many of them responded that they have at least one college degree. We asked about the highest degree, so it's associates to bachelor's, over to postdoc, which usually requires a PhD. So 85% of our respondents were college degree holders, which compares to 2013 when this number was 81%. So the DIY biologists are a very highly educated crowd, it seems. Among those who are currently or have completed an academic degree program, many are in the sciences, as you can see here, and biology is by far the largest field represented here. So many DIY biologists seem to have studied or are currently studying biology. Not quite half of the participants responded that they are employed 40 hours or more. Almost a quarter are self-employed, and 18% are students. When asked whether they have ever been employed in academia, almost half said that they've never been employed in academia, but 35% responded that they used to be employed in academia, and 21% said that, yeah, they're currently employed in academia. Then these are the numbers about employment in the life science industry or directly related field. This where 27% said that they currently employed in the industry, 8% used to be employed, but really the majority was never employed in the life sciences industry. Of course, it's interesting to look at where DIY biologists carry out their work. We asked respondents to select all options that apply to them. So they could respond by naming multiple locations. The independent community lab space was the option that came up the most, followed by a private home lab space. That's rather interesting. Then we asked the individuals who said that who didn't tick that they use a community lab, whether they would be interested in joining one or working in one. And as you can see, the large majority is at least somewhat interested, if not very interested or extremely interested in joining one. How do you pay for your DIY biology activities? Maybe it won't surprise you that many replied that they are in fact self-funding, but often this was actually a mixture of different funds, public funds, grants, their own money earned from employment, and something I'm definitely gonna go more into detail with in the final report. We've asked about the challenges that DIY biologists face, and they replied, well, actually they replied many things. These are just the most popular options. So difficulties financing DIY biology activities was the most the option with the most mentions. Yeah, not enough time. No lab nearby, difficulties with regulation or regulators, and supply issues. Have you done any wet lab training? We already talked about how many DIY biologists completed a degree program at a university. So it's perhaps unsurprising that many DIY biologists have completed wet lab training at university. When asked about how safe DIY biologists feel that their space is, the majority responded that they feel it's very safe or somewhat safe, and only 5% responded that they feel it's neither safe nor unsafe, and 4% responded that they think it's somewhat unsafe. So this was just a very quick glimpse at the survey data, but there is so much more that I can't just all squeeze it into one small presentation, unfortunately. But be on the lookout for the final report if you're interested. And if you're keen on still participating, you can this weekend. Yeah, thank you so much.
Right.
Yeah, that was it. And that was only such a small glimpse into this huge data set. There's so much more, and there's so much more. And many of you wrote excellent long responses to writing prompts. So I have entire essays about why academia wasn't the right fit for people. And I think I could turn this into its own research project. So I'm very excited to share an entire report with you and possibly share some of these graphs on Twitter. I think it will be possible. Yeah. But I'm curious if you have any questions or if anything caught your eye.
I have several questions. I think I was intrigued by the safety question. I mean, there was a number of things, but the safety question was sort of interesting to me. Was that the only data that you collected on safety? Was it just do you feel safe or not safe? I think it's interesting to me because the question is like, I don't know. I'll just let you answer that.
Yeah, so there are more questions on safety. Actually, we asked about what kind of safety resources people use, for instance. Yeah, so, and we also asked about the kinds of activities of research people are doing, because that's something that Jennifer asked. Yeah, so there's much more. This is just a very, very brief glimpse into the data set. Yeah. But it's surprising that some people feel that their DIYBio space isn't quite safe, because I would have thought that everyone says it's super safe, but yeah, that was interesting. Oh, and we also asked about how comfortable people feel interacting with regulatory people, and many responded that they don't have any contact to any regulators or policy people, so that was quite an interesting finding too, especially looking at what countries people live in that say that they don't have any, are not in touch with regulatory people, because that's something that regulators will have to work on, obviously.
Yeah. Are there any other questions? Okay, well, if not, I'm sure maybe we can put the link to the survey in the chat one more time, because I'm sure Verena would appreciate it if we had more respondents.
Yes, more responses is always better. Yeah.
and oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing the final results with you. Yeah, if you do have any questions or any comments, you can always write me an email or send me a message on Twitter, and I'll be happy to respond.
Great. Can you put your Twitter handle in the, I know it was in the presentation, but can you put it in the chat as well?
Sure can, yeah.
Awesome. And I think with that, we will move to, I think it's our final presentation before the break. So we will hear from Adam. Adam, are you here? I think I saw you in the room.
Yeah, I'm here. I have different hair now. That was my lockdown haircut.
It does look different, doesn't it? Okay, well, we're excited to hear about this engineering tool, and if everyone would please join me in giving a warm round of applause for Adam, and I will stop sharing and take it away.
Okay, so can everyone see my screen and hear me?
Yes, looks good.
Perfect. So yeah, my name's Adam McCarthy. I have a background in cell biology. I did my dissertation on synthetic biology in the lab, but now I'm kind of moving away from the lab, going towards innovation management and science policy. I'm interested in how synthetic biology, engineering biology, biotechnology can be used for sustainability. particularly sustainable development in the global south. That's my PhD project, but this is today I'm going to present something that I developed in my master's project, and this is the early rapid sustainability assessment. So in sort of conversations with researchers here at Manchester, we identified a need for practical methods in sustainability assessment, particularly at the early stages of the project. I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. And it's a sort of open and free method for doing responsible research and innovation. And if that's not a framework that you're familiar with, it's sort of an idea to try and get science to align better with the needs and values of society. So if you've taken part or interacted with the iGEM competition, it's a bit like human practices. So a bit more, before I get into the details about how it works, I'll go more to the rationale of why I felt like this was needed. If I can change my slide. So I'm presenting today from Manchester, and living in Manchester, it was the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution. And looking around, I always see the sort of amazing results of innovation, but also the negative externalities that came from such transformational change. This includes sort of like climate change, a result of the Industrial Revolution, but also the sort of social exploitation that came with it. And as we're seeing these sort of externalities take hold, we've realized that maybe we can do science in a better way. Maybe we can govern science to be more sustainable. One way of doing this is through sustainability assessment. But the problem with these sort of assessments and these tools that are out there is that they can be time consuming. We were talking about resources earlier, interesting discussion. So time, money, effort. So we wanted to develop something that was simple and practical, but also useful in terms of insights that can be gained from using it. So our approach involves engaging with researchers in two centres here in the UK. We did a set of 12 engineering biology projects. And so how it works is that the person that is doing the project assesses their project according to 3 life cycle stages. That is the feedstock, and then you've got the process, and then you've got the actual product that comes out of your project. And these are assessed according to 3 pillars of sustainability, the economic, social, and environmental impact of each stage. But there is a bit of flexibility in this, these sort of aspects, and we've been talking a lot today about ethics, and that could definitely be another sort of aspect that you assess your project on, or indeed justice as well. That in the plenary session, I think that's also an important thing to think about when thinking about things like sustainability and how a project can impact that. So a response is noted down to each of these sort of aspects for each life cycle stage, and it's recorded using as much knowledge or data as available at a given time in the project. And a traffic light score is recorded for sort of easy comparison. And this is done in comparison to the current way that it's done. So say you're trying to make a bioplastic, that would be compared to the current way of making plastics from petrochemicals. But there's also, I know that in sort of biotech, biotechnology projects, it can also be a novel thing, which can't really be compared to something that's already been made. So that would be an assessment based on the anticipated impacts, whether good, bad, neutral, or good, bad, or uncertain. Actually, that's an important point. We were talking about uncertainty earlier as well. So that's what the AMBER score is for. So that's all quite abstract. So I thought I'd present an actual example that we went through. And this was to produce opioids from in bacteria instead of from imported poppy seeds, because we import them to the UK. So doing it in bacteria, we assumed it would be cheaper. than the current process, which involved a lot of processing plants by crushing them using acids to extract the alkaloids, whereas in a bacteria you just take it from the broth. In terms of social impacts, and this is for the process stage, by the way. In terms of social impacts, we thought that in terms of its potential for disruption, depends whether the technology can be licensed to the incumbent producers. And that was considered to be like a benign impact, so that would be green. But then we were thinking maybe it could be to homebrew opioids, which has its own sort of social potential social impact, but we don't really know how that might play out. So that was given an amber score. And then finally, for environmental considerations, producing in a bacterium would be more of a simple mix, rather than in a plant where you have like the whole suite of natural alkaloids to be found. So extracting it should be more simple, less steps, because you've only got your one alkaloid. So there's your traffic lights. There's no reds there saying like stop, well, saying like this might be a red flag. So yeah, this assessment template works as part of a wider sort of workflow. And I think this is where I see the bigger potential for the tool. So in step one, individual assessors assess a project. And for our process, we had the person that was doing the project, so the natural scientist, and then the second reviewer was a social scientist. But we think that we can, it would be useful to get another stakeholder, say an interested member of the public, maybe a regulator, maybe a representative from industry, anyone basically that could give a valuable insight into the potential impact of your project. Or a bioethicist, for example, is another one if it's a medical project. And then step two is where the interesting conversations happen. These the reviewers reach consensus scores. And then in step three, if you're doing this to a range of projects, you can all come together and then see the range. And if it's in a decision-making process, you can say, well, this one got the best score, so we're going to go ahead with this, or oh, there's some problems with this, so maybe how can we improve on that project, or maybe we should go a different direction. And however, from the feedback that we got, we found that these sort of overall crude scores, like this one scored the highest or this one scored the lowest, wasn't the most useful. So a hotspot analysis was better suited, but the participants found it more useful. So you get these nice visual radar diagrams. And just to work through two examples that we have, the opioid target, we weren't sure about the impact of displacing sourcing feedstock, the opium poppy feedstock, because these are often grown in countries in the global south, but also often illegally. So we weren't sure about what the impact, whether it would be a positive or negative impact for displacing that export for the farmers, especially. And in terms of the bioplastic project which we reviewed, it got a red light for the economics of the product, because we thought that, based on the assessment, we thought that it wouldn't actually be competitive on the market because of the really low price of conventional plastics, but also there were other bioplastics out there that would probably undercut this one in the market. However, during the assessment, one participant noted that this particular bioplastic would probably be biocompatible, meaning that it could have some medical applications potentially. And this kind of shows how this assessment can sort of, instead of being like a no, don't do this project, it can kind of lead you down, oh, maybe if we aim for a medical application, then that 3 would probably become a 2 or even a 1. So it really, and for each of these things, there was sort of processes of identifying strategies to actually improve on them, meaning that projects could be guided in a more sustainable way. So this is a sort of evaluation that we did based on a framework for responsible research and innovation. And it enabled the participants to anticipate potential problems with their projects before they actually went and did them, and then found, oh, we spent all this money and time. It enabled them to reflect upon what they're actually doing. And they were critical about their own research, which is sometimes hard for people to do because of constraints to do with like funding and stuff. You just have to be like, no, this is excellent. Let's just carry on doing this. In terms of engagement, that was both a means and ends of the tool. It requires an external reviewer, but we think we could have really pushed this to get some more deep engagement rather than just, oh, we've got a natural scientist and a social scientist working together. Like anyone could work together on this assessment. And then importantly, the acting stage is where you actually do something about the reflections that you've made. And the participants were really sort of receptive to this. They realized that if they prioritize different pathways, or indeed if they found that a project was particularly unsustainable, they could think about, well, why, and how can we start a new project to sort of answer some of these questions. So yeah, and actually I should mention that someone realized that their project had some quite serious ethical implications. I think they were like they were talking about editing someone's microbiome, so they actually went out and spoke to doctors and patients about that. So it sort of acted as this like quick and dirty assessment, and then you go away and do some deeper thought or change to your project based on that. Here is a lot of text. I guess this is just our on my evaluation of the way that the tool works. But the important thing that I wanted to say today, I guess, is that this isn't just for academic research labs. We talked about trying to interact and engage a little bit more, and I wanted to share this tool and also to invite anyone, if they have any projects that they want to quickly just run through this with, or the only one that might want to do it, or they just want to use it, I'd be more than happy to share that. So I can share my email here and also in the Slack. But finally, this is my first Bio Summit as well, so it's nice. The conversations that have been had today are really interesting, and I'm looking forward definitely to the next one and to sort of, you know, interaction in the future. So thank you all.
Hope everybody is doing well. So we are at the phase now where we wanted to create some more space and time for us basically to get back into the governance exercise for folks. It looks like we've got, let's see, we've got about 15 people here. Our folks, because we could kind of do a couple of things. We could actually create, you know, a couple of Zoom breakout rooms and have people go into those rooms. We could also just have one big discussion here. It depends a little bit on what people want to do and you know, what folks have energy for. I know it's already been a long day, so depending on if you guys are fresh and joining us new, or if you've been here for a while. But do folks have a preference? Would people like to do some breakout rooms, or we can also just hang out in this room right here and also talk governance and structure?
I vote we hang out here to start with, and then
All right.
see how, like, start out here, and then if we start getting people and they're really engaged, then we can break out to breakout rooms. That's my suggestion.
I think that sounds like a good plan. I think it sounds like a good plan. So basically, you know, again, I think continuing from the conversation earlier today with Marshall and Abel and Maria, we, you know, obviously were able to take some first steps in getting some responses to those questions and prompts that we had in governance. Did folks here, were folks able to participate in that exercise? Can you guys give like a little thumbs up emoji or unmute and say yes if you were able to participate a little bit? Yeah. Anybody want to offer some reflections from your conversation that you guys had? Any key points that came up in your earlier sessions? Yeah, Patrick.
I felt like that exercise could use a little bit more guidance. I think people were sort of looking around the Google Doc and then discussing, not necessarily writing things down in the Google Doc. Have no solution for it, but just something I noticed.
Well, how about this? Were there particular topics that when you guys were in your small groups that that were energizing, or that you guys felt there was some good energy around that you guys want to bring to this group here that we can talk about together? There's obviously each of those areas, there's so many different kind of governance structures and aspects that we can talk about or dive into. So there's a lot to digest. But were there particular topics you guys were excited about, or that either you talked about earlier and are excited about, or are excited about now getting into, related to those 4 points? Excuse me, I'm going to eat some nuts as we talk. Patrick, which group are you in?
I was in the Cultivate and Accessible Commons of Knowledge and Resources, of course.
Why don't we talk about that then?
Create your own prompt to heart, and I added the section on saying we're starting a new community biojournal. What content should we and should we not publish?
Mm-hmm. Well, do we want to spend some time on that, since Patrick, you're here and we've got a crew of folks, so that's something we can engage and talk a little bit about.
Sure, we can also cover that on Sunday. There's
going to be a session on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do folks want to talk a little bit about commons of knowledge? I mean, that's a great topic we'd like to dive in. Are there other folks here that have expressed opinions on things they might want to talk about? Yemena, Cristobal, Gunther, Jeremy?
I would give topic 1 a little love, because I felt like it didn't get, like, a lot of people wanted to jump into talk about education or global collab and other topics, but the first prompt, I felt like people were like, oh, that's not as exciting, but that's the important one.
Was that build a
it
global
isn't
network?
As sexy. How do we actually set up this global network?
All right.
I think those are the unsexy decisions that foundationally set the stage for whether or not the rest of the decision making is going to succeed.
So let me share my screen. All right. So build an inclusive global network. So there are a number of questions in here. Oh, it looks like a bunch of people filled stuff out. That's great. That's exciting. So maybe without looking at the doc, just so we can all kind of look at each other. What do folks think about global networks? Like, are there, when we think about community labs, when we think about the larger movement, what types of structures make sense? What types of structures might not make sense? But maybe first, are there other ways that we can kind of coordinate and work together? Folks have any initial thoughts? Federation of labs, co-op. Cristobal, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, well, I would like to say that I really appreciate the fact that I was invited to this global community. And I would also say that this is one of the best places to share knowledge from every part of the world.
Yeah, agree.
I live in Amealco, which is a municipality in Mexico, in the state of Querétaro, in the central part of Mexico. And here there's a great community. There's people from all backgrounds, people working in permaculture, education, agroforestry, and well, also on preserving the cultural knowledge that exists here, because it is in an indigenous community, and a very important one due to the fact that their language is one of the most spoken in whole Mexico. It's called Otomi. Well, that's the Spanish name, but they call themselves Ñañú. And well, I really appreciate the fact that there's a space to share our knowledge and, well, get to know more about the other aspects of people's lives and their involvement in community projects.
Can you say a little bit more about how that sharing works? Like, is it informal structures, formal structures? Like, how do the mechanics of that work?
Well, there's actually not a particular structure. There's like groups on WhatsApp and people that that gathers in certain parts of the town to share their ideas as well. And well, some of my friends have actually a cultural how could you call it, a space. It is a theater, and they project different films about culture from around the world, mostly indigenous culture. And well, they're involved with different people. Most of them are like linked between these well, same interest, which is to make advancement in the area where they, but there's no actual like a structure, like a group that we would call a union or something like that. No.
Well, I guess I was asking even more. I mean, you're getting at it when you were saying like the WhatsApp groups, like sort of, what are the ways that the group actually, builds relationships, I guess. That's maybe a better way to say it.
Well, sometimes we do wet lodge sessions, for instance, in my house.
Nice.
Or some other times we reunite where we gather on my friend's theater. Or sometimes they do things like working together for a project in common. Like, let's say that I have a project in my house that I want to have help with. Then we call everyone, we make a session, and we have a jam, we play the guitar, we have some fun.
Nice.
And well, that's a cool thing about this community, because everybody is included. We have people from all backgrounds, as well as indigenous people. And there's actually a big interest in keeping culture alive. One of my friends, in every of his shows, he's also a puppeteer, and his shows are focused on preserving the language, the Ñañú language. And well, that's pretty much the way we keep these alive, and that we share our ideas.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, I mean, again, I don't want to totally lose the Google Doc and the prompts, but I'm just going to add some notes here at the bottom, because I think part of what you're saying, Cristobal, is super important, which is like, how do you build relationships in the network, right? And so part of what you're talking about, it reminds me so much of what, I'm not sure if you saw Marshall Ganz's talk in the morning. Were you there for that session?
I think I didn't. I'm so sorry for it.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Well, there was a big part of the conversation was just, the ways in which we build relationships, right? And so Marshall, he was somebody that was in the 1960s in the civil rights era in the United States. He went and worked with Martin Luther King and other folks in Mississippi in the South. And he talked about how, the first organizings that he went to for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Commission, which is one of the big institutions in the South, he thought was going to be, there's going to be like, plans and strategy, and here's our taxes and he went there, and they were basically roasting Martin Luther King. They were basically like, everybody was like pretending to be him, and they were trying to preach like him, and they were all like making fun of him basically, but it was a big party. They were all just kind of in this big celebratory space. And so, his point in sharing that anecdote was that the key part about the community, yes, there were strategy and tactics and structure, but it was really the relationships. It was the relationships and the feeling of joy and camaraderie that the community had that was really kind of the engine for that movement. And it just reminded me so much of what you're describing here with the Sweat Lodge and with the jam sessions that you guys have in your community, right?
Yeah, it is like that.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Maybe I'm going to put the Inclusive Global Network into the chat. Oh, Tim is already ahead of me. He's already in there. Yeah, maybe at the very bottom, I'm just going to put just kind of some loose notes here, but so, you know, community and relationship building. Here, I can share my screen as I type, just so you guys can tell me if if there's anything else to add. But community and relationship building through, oops.
Fun activities or something like that.
Yeah, say that again.
Fun activities.
Yeah, fun activities. So this is some examples of that are like, you know, Marshall, civil rights era, roasting MLK. In a way, it was almost like a comedy show. And then you were just describing crystal ball. Yeah, do you want to say more? You're saying sweat lodges, jam sessions. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
I don't know. Maybe we can ask somebody else if they have anything in mind.
Yeah, and what's the name of the community that you were describing? I just want to add that little note there.
The town is called Amealco. AMAL. Pardon. AMEALCO.
Nice. Okay. Awesome. Great. Yeah, do others have thoughts? I'm gonna stop sharing my screen to waste each other. What other ways that have you guys seen that's successful for building community, for building relationships? Jennifer, Gunther, Maria?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jennifer, go ahead.
So when we were starting in the maker community, we were starting to, I guess what kind of started us in the group I was with in building out a makerspace, or deciding that we had wanted to do that. One of the things we did was like a weekly kind of show and tell, or like a weekly meetup, just like saying, hey, what's everybody doing? We would get together in person. Obviously, if it's a remote thing, that might not be something you can do, but just a way to let people like share what they've learned. So, you know, something akin to like a mini conference or a little workshop or something like that. Or it could just be a demonstration of, you know, some guy made Christmas lights for his house, you know, so taking that from the maker community and saying, okay, well, you know, what are people doing in, you know, the bio world, or, you know, what are topics we need to talk about, you know, just set up a regular monthly thing and, you know, let people kind of come and go at that. And what ended up happening was a lot of friendships kind of formed out of that. So you got to know people, you got to know who was in the community. You know, people who were newbies were welcomed in and they learned, and everyone kind of shared. And you might learn about, you know, someone's laser project, or, you know, what their, you know, woodworking project was. But it was just kind of an open forum to do those things. And then out of that, you know, you can kind of grow from there. Yeah, it's absolutely about spending time together, and just, you know, celebrating the fact that you share a common interest. Because you can get lost in like rules and policy and here's what we should be doing. But it's like, if you, like, maybe if you had a, you know, as a part of this, you're like, okay, here's, you know, this guy from this university giving best practices, or let's talk about security. The entire night we're just going to talk about security and anybody's welcome. Then you can, I mean, you can do a lot of good with those types of events, and it doesn't have to be something very structured. You know, one person might have to present, but that would be about it. So.
I love that. You're reminding me actually a lot of, you know, again, from this morning, that little clip that I played of LaDonna Brave Bull. You know, I'd forgotten until Nels had created that clip, but one thing that she talked a lot about was the idea of just like mutual support and supporting each other. So just feeling like you're not alone. And so I think, you know, things like that as well, like it's sort of like, yes, they're quote unquote social activities, but I think, you know, to your point, Jennifer, it's like sharing common interests, but then also, you know, even in times of difficulty, right? Being able to have presence and being able to show that you care and being able to show that you're there for other people and being able to, you know, share grief or share joy. All of those elements are, you know, those bonds, those relational bonds are so foundational to, you know, strong networks. Maybe I'll add a little bit there about mutual support networks.
Yeah, and I think, you know, and I put this in the chat, that in the fellows program, we teach about, you know, intentional relationship building. And it is, you know, not just letting relationships happen, it is doing some effort to actually create some activities and, you know, trying to get to know people, you know, whether it's finding shared values, that active listening, but investing in each other, and building together, playing together, having fun together.
So, oh, go ahead, Cristobal. You look like you want to.
No.
Gunther.
Yeah, hi. I can, what I experienced once or sometimes, but not so often, was to work on a project together.
Yeah.
So because it was like, it was by accident, because later on, because I was thinking about it, I have no idea how that happened, because it was like almost 30 people, like scientists, artists, working intensely for a whole year, like in meetings like 2 or 3 times a week. And it was so intense and it was so much work. And we finally did it. I mean, and that really got so much stuff going. There was so much energy. And all of a sudden it also created this kind of vortex that sucked in people from outer networks as well. And even got media attention. All that stuff happened that you cannot organize by will, you know. It was just like this kind of magic, but it had a downside. So when the project was over, it just fell apart, you know, because it was boosted by such a high energy, and everybody put so much work in it that at one point everybody had to let go then, because it was almost too exhausting. I mean, it's funny if you meet those collaborators or people once, you feel like you meet like an ex-lover, some kind of this kind of understanding, but you know, you haven't seen him for 2 years, but you know, it feels kind of that way. But that was a little bit the downside, you know. It's not possible to keep that alive over many years, because it was too intense. In the working, but like having like a common or mutual project really helps, because you don't have to think about structural thing. It's just like a lot of things happen just by themselves, actually, in the course of the project, where you don't have to position it, you know, the things happening.
Two quick reactions to that. Number one, BioSummit is honestly like that. Like the organizing the BioSummit is like that. It's like you get this great, awesome team together. Everybody's like working super hard. And all these great relationships get built as a part of the process. But I think that one of the really critical parts, and this again goes back to some of Marshall Ganz's pedagogy, there's a whole idea around constructing campaigns, right? So in politics, often campaigns are kind of nice because you're working really hard, but if there's a clear kind of moment where there's an endpoint, right? It's like if you're trying to get a candidate elected or something like that, everybody works super hard, and then you get to election day and the election happens, and then after that, it kind of stops, right? If it's part of a bigger movement, then the election might just be one activity within a context of other things that are happening. And so, you know, and I think one of the criticisms of Obama in the United States, you know, they built this giant nationwide network, and Marshall was actually a very critical part of building that. The election was over, the network kind of disbanded, because the principal goal of the network was just to get Obama elected. It wasn't to like try to advance other causes or do other things. And so that was one of the big challenges, Gunther, to your point of like, you know, how do you ultimately keep that energy going? And so I think, you know, one thing I've learned from Marshall over the years is really effective movements over time, they'll structure things in campaigns, but it's like after the campaign is over, then you rest, right? You celebrate, you rest, you get your energy back, and then you can kind of rebuild back up and ramp up again. And BioSummit is actually kind of like that. Like, you know, right now we're in this peak, everybody's been working so hard, and then on Monday, we're all gonna go and sleep for like a day, and we're all gonna rest, and, you know, and then, you know, after time, we'll kind of regroup again. But, you know, so there's a bit of that kind of feeling. But I think like the challenge, at least one thing I'm always curious about, is like, how do you kind of keep doing it over time, but have the whole trend be upwards so that the energy over time is growing, right? Not so it doesn't just disband and fall away, but it also doesn't mean you're going back to zero again, you know, so that you can kind of like do this, but still be drifting upwards over time. And that I think is very challenging to do. That was one of my questions to Marshall today too, is, you know, how do you kind of do that strategically over time? So
yeah, how to retrace and not to crash, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Really great questions. Francisco, I want to make sure I saw your hand raised earlier. Did you want to chime in?
Hi guys. Yeah, I'm so happy to. Hello. No,
Please, hi.
I'm from Argentina, and I was thinking when I was here your ideas or experience. There's two things. There's one concept that maybe I can share some stuff. I don't know if it's in English because it came from an Italy theory, more the civil economy, and they talk about the relational good. So the relational good is a good that emerged from the relation. It's free, and it takes a lot of energy and cost to create relational good. And this relational good emerged in this exchange in the relation suddenly and emerge. So the idea of this theory is to maximize this creation of relational good. So if you concentrate in maximize this relational good, I mean, it's an idea to build strong communities. You know? This is one thing. The other thing, when I hear to you guys are awesome, is in Argentina, it's a practice. It's super interesting because they focus on a project. So it's a kind of living case. So one people of the community present a challenge, a pain, something that can't resolve to a couple. They are organized between 12 people or 12 organizations because we have 1 month each one. So you invite to your community, to your organization, your company, whatever, and you share the thing you're trying to figure out how to resolve. And each one participate and say some ideas and solutions to this problem. And then you go to another and another. So this is it's a good way to, it's super cheap and quick, and it takes like, it depends, 1 hour, or you can prepare a barbecue and spend all day working in a problem. But it's interesting because you understand the other problem of other guy. And then you learn and you share and you start to, you know, to understand the other one, and suddenly at the end of this process that maybe it turns like many months, they know each other better and they build community, and it's a good way to do now. And it's a good way to have some small project in the middle. When you don't have the big campaign, this Bio Summit, you know, to keep this energy or this motivation. I mean, it's also important, and I try to do here when we prepare with my group some big summit. I say, hey, be quiet, because next day on Monday, you're going to feel like your motivation maybe is going to go down. And don't worry, don't feel bad if you don't want to send an email, say hello, because that's okay, no problem. Let's drink some beers in a couple of weeks, and let's start thinking the next project. So it's important to balance this motivation and to, for me, I mean, my experience, guys, and say that's okay. That maybe for 1 month we're not going to talk, and that's okay, no problem. Don't feel bad for that. That's okay. Yeah. Thank you. Awesome. Sorry for my English, guys. It's a little bit rusty.
Oh, your English is great. Your English is amazing. Okay. Francisco, can you go back to the relational good that you were talking about and say a little bit more about, you know, kind of in your experience, things that you've seen enhance the relational good? I think we're all really liking that concept. That's really neat.
Okay, it's super interesting. Marta Nussbaum, and I'm going to sorry, I'm now with my cell phone, but I will send some guys, Stefano Samani, Regino Bruni. There's Amartya Sen talk about a little bit of this. So it's a good in a transaction. For example, when you buy this, you give money, you receive this bottle, and that's it. But in this transaction, there's the possibility when you give the money in the supermarket, in the grocery, to receive this, to produce an relational good. So, and this is the difference between machines and humans, because discover this is super interesting and necessary for the companies, the organizations, and I don't know. Sorry, Sheen. It's a little bit theoretical, and I'm trying to translate in.
It's okay.
No, but the point is, it's important to understand and to create the conditions that promote the creation of relational good, and understand that and this one thing also, that create a relational good 2,000 years ago, I don't know, in the Rome's area, it takes the same cost and time that create a relational good in this century, in this year, in this moment. And now we have another stuff, technological stuff. We have many materials, and the cost of buying this device or this device is every year cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So if you have a basket of goods, it's the problem. I mean, the challenge in this year of or age of technology and devices is to balance, not to put all this kind of device in the basket and try to put some relational good also in the basket. And it's difficult because they compete, and the cost of maybe suffering in a relationship, take a bus, go and talk with this guy, try to understand the other one. I mean, it takes a lot of time and cost and emotional cost. And on the other hand, buying this or having technological good is cheaper. It's cheaper and it's more simple, more fast. So it's important to balance this and to understand this the importance of having this basket with a little bit of relational goods. And
Cristobal, did you look like you wanted to say
something? I think it is really interesting the fact that he said that there's these relational good or relationship good that
bienes relacionales.
There's no currency to there's no money to pay for that. It is paid with the same amount of time and effort that you give to the other person, right?
Because it's free. It's free. I mean, it's free.
Yeah.
But it's too expensive.
Seemingly free.
Yeah, Francisco, if you don't mind, if you go to the governance Slack, if you've got some links to relational good, I think this would be a cool topic we can follow up on later. Are you on the Slack, Francisco?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, put that in the governance in the channel. If you have some links on this, this is a really cool. This is a really neat idea. We can talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah, if you're interested, I have a strong relationship with the principal thought leaders of these ideas, Regina Bruni or Marta Nussbaum. Maybe for the next summit, we can invite them. They are super cool, super interesting. Yeah,
that's awesome. That's great. So everybody, maybe just to, again, this is a really rich conversation. How do we like scale these types of relations in a global context? I think that's something I'm really interested in, right? It's like Cristobal, I love what you're saying about, being able to get together in a room of people and play music, being able to like have those types of experiences. And I know in my own personal work as well, like I've run a community center in the Boston area for almost 20 years. And you're totally right. It's like those experiences, we used to run an open mic every single month. Every month, we'd all get together. There'd be, some guests that we would come in, and we would all have this big night with them, and then we would celebrate, and then like we'd feature all these new artists and all this stuff, and there's all this energy and all of this awesome like relationship building that would happen. But I wonder, right now, like in a global age, how do we build those relationships and do that in a global context? I don't know if anybody has answers to that, but I think that's like a, again, when we think about this type of network that we're trying to think about structure for, is there a way to scale those relationships, or are there activities that can enable us to, bond and connect, across oceans and time zones?
Well, I think, if anybody else has an idea, but I was going to say that these kind of events where it is meaningful, where it has like in some sense, in a cultural way, it is like a ritual where we
Yeah.
all gather and give
Yeah.
our opinion and we prepare for this moment, right?
Yeah.
So I think that one of the important parts of, well, giving importance to a moment in time, as you said before, you given a lot amount of work towards doing these Bio Summit, and then after that you have to take a break, right?
Yeah.
So I think that is what makes it more meaningful.
Yeah.
To create like a certain moment in time.
Yeah, I think one thing that I found, at least with community projects and other things, is that consistency is important. So if you're, for example, if your goal is to create the opportunity to have these kind of relationship building events, either having people know when they're going to happen or having them on a regular basis, whether it's like monthly, every other month, you know, every week, whatever it is, but being consistent about it and making a commitment to that consistency is important, so people know that it's something that happens, it's something that they can go to, and that community will be there the next time they want to engage with it. You know, whether it's good or not, like with our community projects, unless something is particularly up, we never skip a week. You know, Patrick and I have collectively run the bioprinting project coming up on 10 years. Every week, every Thursday for 10 years.
Are you guys serious? 10 years?
Yeah. In
Where-
January, it's going to be 10 years.
We need to create the Bio Summit Bioprinter Consistency Award and give that to anybody that is close to as consistent as you guys. That is fucking crazy.
Well,
10
even just-
years every week.
Every week,
That's-
except, I mean, we
Quick
take
math, that
giving
sounds like
off.
500 meetings, Maria.
In any other aspects, we do not deserve a consistency award.
Hosting the
World's
meeting with
worst
most
project,
important.
ADHD. But for showing up to meetings and hosting meetings without fail, Patrick and I get an A+. But I do think that one of the things that it has done is it gives people a space where they know is always there. I kind of think of it like Cheers, the old, you know, sitcom where, you know, everybody knows your name, it's always open. And so if you have something like that for the community and they know, you know, whether it's Bio Summit that's yearly, you know, Bio Summit is here and it's been here for 5 years. So, you know, that's a pretty big marker, but we need to create some more spaces for that. And whether it's regionally, in-person meetups, whether it is virtual meetups that happen like town halls that are consistent, I think creating spaces for that is important because we have not, I would feel, my gut feeling is we're close, but not quite to strong enough interconnections to create that governance structure, which is what we're fighting against. I kind of wonder, it's like we have not strengthened the relational bits enough to feel like we can challenge it with the governance structure. And so I'm almost wondering if the governance structure is waiting for us to create strong enough relationships to make the commitment to each other for a governance structure. What do you think? Am I reading the room?
I think you're right on, Maria. I mean, again, I think it's like what you're just talking about reminds me so much of you know, locally here in Boston. Actually, it's a great connection to Jean-Luc. Mel King, some of you may know Mel King. Mel King was a legendary community organizer in Boston who African-American guy, ran for mayor like in the 60s and 70s when it was not, you know, easy for a Black guy to run for mayor in Boston. And he is legendary, Maria and Patrick, for hosting a weekly brunch at his house. Every single Sunday, he hosted this brunch there every week for I don't know how many, maybe not as long as I think longer than Bioprinter. It may even be happening now still. It may be like 30, 40 years they've been hosting this weekly gathering at their house. And it's literally at their house. Mel's daughter, Pamela, was Jean-Luc's colleague at the Fab Foundation. So I've also known Pamela for a very, very long time. But that lunch that they would host was like legendary for kind of like training the new generation of activists in Boston. Like if you wanted to go and figure out what the latest stuff was, you would go to Mel King's house for brunch. That was like kind of the thing. It's like, okay, well, you know, what's going to happen? We got to go to Mel King's. So like that was just became an institution and this really, really kind of amazing community force that helped to strengthen the whole community over time. And so yeah, I don't know, Maria, I'm excited. Like I think part of like what I'm hearing is like, and I think this would resonate a lot with Marshall and even his remarks earlier today. It's like, you know, I mean, yes, it would be useful at some point to create like a board and for there to be, you know, some loose structures, but perhaps more important than that is creating the structures for all of us just to get closer and build those relationships and support each other and have, you know, that type of energy.
I feel like, I don't know, again, this is just my musings, which are a little sleep deprived, inclined, but sometimes I have good ideas when I'm tired. Are we, last year we had the opportunity to do this to create more governance, and we kind of were both tired and kind of put it off, but I'm wondering, because it is commitment to do that. And do we feel like we have the global network strong enough to make that commitment? And maybe, we've done 5 years of this kind of casual relationship building where we're building up that shared purpose, the shared ethics, but we're not quite like ready to commit to, a structure for governance quite yet. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. I mean, I think it's like,
I think we could be.
Well, I think, oh, go ahead, Jennifer.
I have a question as to like, what does governance mean? So I used to run workshops again for the I've been a part of a bunch of different organizations, but that was one of the most recent. But the structure that we operated under is I'd voluntarily do this work, and I would hire instructors who would be paid. And one of the rules is if I hired you as an instructor, you had to review someone else's courses. So we created a structure in which people who are brought into the organization, or like I, as the leader of the educational team, there was no possible way, if I had 50 instructors, I could read all of their projects and all of their work and make sure their curriculum was good. But if you were an instructor already, you could go through another instructor's class and you could work with them. So we try to create a structure where it wasn't up to 1 or 2 people who are in the lead of these tasks to do all of the work. You try to create a structure in which, so if in this community, for example, if you're talking about best practices in groups, you say, well, okay, we're going to have, if we're going to adopt something as a best practice, it doesn't just go through these 3 people on this team. It's going to be something that you create the kind of rules for the organization to self-govern. That's one thought that I thought to share, because you do burn people out. Like it is, having a meetup where or get together like once a month or once a week, that might not be a lot to organize, because you might not have to do a lot of planning. If everybody does all of that, that's a good thing. But if you have to do something consistent and structured together, like running a data working group over a period of a couple years, it gets to be a lot of work and people do burn out. But if you can create something where the rules are out there, or where I think about events like, I don't know if you all have been to like Pachacachas, where it's like, okay, it's kind of simple. Here are the rules. Here's how we engage with this. And it's like, it's like you show up, you have a format, you do your thing. And so when you're talking about participation in groups or the rules for groups, if it's simple, if it's agreed upon, and if it can, if you have, a sort of similar structure that can be plugged into any smaller community, people will just pick it up and they'll run with it. And then you're just, the glue that holds everybody together is like a quarterly meeting or like a once a year thing. And then everyone has a similar set of rules and they can just kind of pick them up and run with them. So I don't know if that's helpful at all, but I do a lot of thinking about how to run these types of groups. And so, without running myself into the ground and realizing I do work also full time. So.
Mm-hmm. Other thoughts, reactions?
I want to sort of just add a thought to this mix, because it kind of keeps coming back up for me, which is looking at those maps we were looking at earlier in the governance section, and seeing that sort of big dense forest of pins in the US and the sort of sparser pins kind of elsewhere, and thinking about how I've heard kind of local come up a lot, and we start by building these sort of local connections, and I almost wonder if there's if a good way to think at this kind of like global scale is to think about, okay, how do we sort of inform what the next scale down looks like? Like, what is there a good way to do that? Exactly what you were saying, Jen, just now about this, like, what is a template way to think about like the next, what a working group looks like for another area, so that maybe it doesn't become quite so focused on all those pins in the US, I guess is what I'm thinking. So I don't know if that resonates with anyone.
Well, I think it would be a good way to start by managing a way to get, well, the people from the different countries from within, they could get in touch or start getting in touch first at a local scale or country scale, and then we can start building the blocks for the global scale.
Yeah, I mean, one of I think the really interesting things about the fellows program, it's like that we had through the BioSummit. We're bringing individuals that are part of communities that are all over the world into this like structure. So it's like, you know, 36 times 3, what is that? So we've had like more than 100 fellows now, Maria. That's crazy. That's like pretty wild. And that group is very interesting. This is, you know, Cristobal, it's sort of like we were saying before about kind of ritual and shared experience. Like those individuals go through this kind of training program. So it's a very similar type of training program, although it's been structured in different ways over the past 3 years. And so they get this very intense shared experience, and then they get this kind of shared pedagogy over time. And then they're all distributed globally in different places. And so there's kind of seeds of a very interesting like network there. That is global and also, you know, regional, right? Because we've got these kind of, you know, fellows located in different parts of the world. But I think it's like the question is, you know, what do you do with these different ingredients? You know, it's like even the BioSummit. I mean, the BioSummit, it's like, you know, there's definitely over the years, I would guess by now, you know, over the years, it's probably like a couple thousand people have been to BioSummit, like just overall, like, you know, spread across 5 different events. And, you know, there is a very kind of shared experience that's involved. The in-person is obviously like a much more intense type of experience because you get to really, really, you know, physically be there and share meals and everything. But I think that's one of the reasons why we have this group, is to try to figure out like, well, what do you do with this all? Like, how do you channel all of this energy and push it and make it, you know, to elevate the movement to the next level of efficacy, right? It's not totally obvious, which is sort of why we're trying to create these exercises and these structures so that we can, you know, try to explore and figure it out. So I don't know if that's a little more context, Cristobal, but that's sort of the, you know, a little bit why we're, you know, kind of pulling this group together and why we're trying to think about these questions.
Yeah.
Alex Pearlman, what are you thinking about?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little distracted.
I see the our most critical BioSummit participant is here.
He's here. He's typing. Yeah, I mean, I think I was just sort of meditating on what Tim was talking about building local. And I think we do have a lot of talks about that today. And I feel like that's been sort of a thread that's been weaving its way through my brain of like, you know, Andy was talking about this too, about what happens after the ethics document 1.0 and like, how do we sort of try to find shared norms and sort of move towards some sort of, you know, governance structures or trust architecture, and, you know, creating those local nodes and giving them resources to sort of like create ethics document 1.1 and 1.3 and 1. Whatever. And then maybe we come together and see like sort of where the magic has happened and where there's overlap. And we don't do that just with ethics, but just with everything. You know, we're talking about building, sharing artifacts, sharing knowledge. You know, how do we allow the ideas to percolate simultaneously in different places, but then come back, right, to the mothership? And so it's like, how do you make things at the same, it's like a two-way traffic, right? So there are things that are coming in and going out while we need to maintain those lines of communication. And I don't know how we do that with the infrastructure that we have. It doesn't always work so great, and I have no real like answers for that. I just know that like that's the need that I'm really like thinking about. That's the problem that I'm trying to think about solving right now.
I mean, are there things, so has there been work done on like the ethics and documentation so far? Because I will say that, you know, if you put something out there, even if it's easy for people to find, they're going to adopt it. And then if you ask the internet to comment on something or to blow holes in whatever it is you make, they're gonna. So
that's what we're talking about. So yeah, we do have a document, and we do have a like, please use it. we do not have a follow-up mechanism to be like, who used it? What did you think? So like that part is missing, right? And sort of that's what that's part of what Andy was criticizing in his talk was, you know, how do we follow up on this document that we've made that we are now sort of circulating as sort of using it as like a code and saying that it's our shared norms, and that's not really what it's supposed to be. It's not a code. It's supposed to be a choose your own adventure ethics like toy, essentially. Play with it, play with the ethics, make the like find out where the like problem parts are in your own local community. How is it different from like someone else's project? And we haven't been able to follow up on that, and that's just like one piece of it, right?
Yeah.
Really quickly on that, Alex, I was just thinking about this. Back, you know, the Media Lab used to have the Journal of Design Science, which existed like, you know, for a shining moment. And one of the features of the Journal of Design Science was that all of the articles and the things in there were like commentable. It was like, it was structured in a way so that you get a bunch of people, you get some authors you put a thing out in the world, and then it's like you had a way for people to actually give feedback to the doc built into the thing. So I wonder if maybe that's something we can do with, you know, the Community Bio Journal, you know, like that's something where like, you know, the ethics document could be somehow part of like a regular part of the journal. And then you enable a structure so that people can feedback and, you know, pick it apart and say we tried using this doesn't work, you know?
Right, and like, that's the thing that we need to do. We need to test it in like multiple environments.
Yep.
Just because it's ethics doesn't mean it's not science. We can do it. So we can experiment with it. We can play with it. We can turn it upside down. We can throw it out entirely and start over. You know, like that's part of what we're trying to do here. If we're going to be serious about like reinventing structures that we feel aren't working for us and for wider science, then like, you know, probably not going to get it right on the first try. So like, let's, you know, try it. Doesn't work, whatever, like iterate. I am curious about what Brian means about the ethical elephants in the room. What are they pink? Who are they? Where are the elephants?
Really quick before Brian responds, Patrick, can we do that? Can we like put the ethics document in the Community Bio Journal and just have it set up in some way that so people can critique it and give feedback on it on a regular basis?
Use it. What worked? What didn't work? Like, can we come up with a like way to create like a product roadmap for the ethics thing?
Yeah, I don't see why we couldn't. Still need to get the hang of the editing and commenting features in PubPub, but I don't see why we couldn't have that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really excited by this idea, so much so that I want to jump in and just say, yes, we should do this. And in fact, I just love the idea of like, why shouldn't an ethics corner be part of Community Bio as a journal? You know, there's, and you can sort of start to build this, you know, it's not just some comments, it's also like, oh, someone wrote an article saying, I tried it this way, here's kind of how it worked, you know, it's kind of an ethnography, right? That would be so cool.
Fire.
That would be really cool. That would be
Yeah, and I think the same thing for like the safety document and the other things. So kind of like an organic system. They create those networks that we're shepherding things.
I mean, for the Biosafety manual, it sort of inherently did that because it's a Google Doc and it's world editable right now. So,
but it also already spawned a 1.1. The JOGL biosafety guidelines were spawned directly, copy and pasted, but for a new context, right? In the context of the pandemic, the JOGL biosafety guidelines were literally copy pasted from the DIYBio handbook. It already spawned a 1.1 and it worked.
Yeah, and because especially with ethics, ethics is not nothing fixed, so it changes over time. It changes with new challenges that confront the groups, and it changes over time, because you know what's seen ethically 150 years ago, you know, it's like ridiculous today, and so it has to change anyway. So there must be some kind of I would say mechanism that you know attributes to the changing, ever-changing nature of especially ethics. It's not like a religious moral.
Yeah,
it's a different kind of thing.
Wondering if there's like an easier, so we use like a wiki format for things, but the limitation of like a wiki is that you have to understand how to edit that syntax, and then a lot of people don't like it. But I'm like wondering if there's been something that's come out that's an easier to use like wiki format, because that'll allow you to, like in your ethics document, like link into other, you know, topics or subjects or connect things a little better. And that might be something where, and people can comment on that as they go too.
It could be useful, but I feel like this community has, I'm not sure I can articulate why, but we don't have a wiki, and I feel like there might be reasons for that, but we just don't use that as a system. But also I feel like in terms of the ethics document, like I don't want the Bio Summit necessarily to be the keeper of that wiki. Like I want everyone to take like Nom, like you take it, you play with it, and then you put it on your wiki, and like Counterculture Labs will take it and put it on whatever their system is, you know, like everyone should have a version of it.
So I think we have like a potential, like really strong idea, because it's like what we want to hear about is like what happened when you played with it, right? It's like we want to hear about like the little report back on like, hey, we tried it in our lab and this thing sucked, this thing was great, etc. And I think, you know, with the journal, you know, I'm loving Tim's like ethics corner, right? It's like you could literally have like a little, you know, every like month or quarter or whatever. It's like people that played with it. It could be as simple as like a little blog post that read, you know, they read, you know, keep it really easy, like a couple paragraph thing that said, hey, we tried this, we reviewed it. We couldn't even review it because it was too dense and didn't make any sense. Or like we read it at our team meeting and it actually like people resonated with it, but nobody wanted to use it. Or like, you know what I mean? And just getting those short little like experiential, like, you know, what we tried with it, that would by itself would be like really valuable. And, you know, having that potentially be like a, you know, what'd you call it, Tim? Like you call it the ethics corner?
That was the phrase I came up with, but I'm notoriously bad at names, so open to suggestions.
The ethics sweat lodge, you know, the ethics jam.
Yeah. There's a word that Alex O taught me. It's like I'll have to ask him, but it's like you sit around a fire and you kind of like hang, you know.
Ooh, I'm all about
that just
sitting
feels
around
right.
fires.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll try to figure out that.
Next time we do Biosafety Summit in person, there's got to be fire. There needs to be a fire that we can sit around. That feels like very, very critically important to the next whenever we can get together in person again.
Love that.
Patrick, so can we do this then? Are you down for ethics corner for the journal?
Sure. We'll have to figure out how to implement it, but yeah, it's a good use.
All right. If nothing else, we've come out, I think, with a very strong, there's at least one strong actionable idea from here. This is very good. Well, folks, we've got probably another like 10 minutes or so. I mean, we can keep going, or we can also, you know, wind down a little bit and everybody can get a little dinner. I do want to say we do have a closing speaker at 7 in about 40 minutes. So we do want to get back together again for one other moment at the end before we wrap up for the day. But are there other topics that you guys want to get into? Either building off of existing things or you know, going in a new tangent? They can, if the folks have energy, we can go for a little longer. Yeah, Jeremy.
So I just, I don't really, it's wrong to say that I'm not sure if I want to weigh in. I'm not really sure how to weigh in, I guess is my way of framing my uncertainty here, because it seems like there's two very different modes of looking at the bio community. There's like the indefinite optimist view of don't plan things and have stuff emerge through some combination of you know, chaos theory and spontaneous generation. And then there's the definite optimist view of, well, you plan for stuff for the future, you go out and you build that stuff, and it's a barn raising exercise in the micro, and in the macro, it's something like maybe an urban planning exercise. I guess if you wanted to think of something that's like a systems paradigm, where there are oftentimes highly particularist aspects of a certain problem, like this problem in this exact place on this block of the street is a very different problem from anywhere else because of X, Y, and Z in the history of this place that exists on the earth. So that's what I mean by particularist, in the sense that you have no choice but to deep dive down into the annals of this particular problem. But at the same time, you can't necessarily freely commingle the blue sky chatter that's more about painting kind of a utopian aesthetics of what might be, and the nitty gritty nuts and bolts, get in there with spanners and make stuff happen talk. So it really comes down to a question of what is the nature of asking fairly ambitious seeming questions about governance without having a clear idea of what the Community Bio Summit as a collective wants to govern. It just seems like there's so much room there's so many degrees of freedom with what you can do in terms of scoping of collective action projects or distributed infrastructure and things like that, that without kind of biting the bullet and settling on one, at least in the context of moving a certain steering plan forward, it's not really clear what is being steered. And that's, I think, the thing that is the holdup for me.
Yeah, Jeremy, great points. And honestly, the point, one of the kind of meta points of this track and creating the space is basically to have that conversation, right? Because there's a whole range of stuff that could happen. Like nothing could happen, right? Like everybody could just go and continue doing what they're doing, and we could kind of just do that. Or there may be other kind of paths forward. If you're listening to kind of the earlier part of the conversation, at least for me personally, what I was kind of resonant with was this idea that maybe part of the structure. And Jeremy, I'm not sure if you were there for Marshall's kind of talk earlier today, but maybe part of the structure isn't necessarily about decision making. Maybe the structure is about mutual support. Maybe the structure is about really is about relationship building and about fellowship, right? And less about kind of coordinated decision making. And maybe they're together too, right? I mean, Gunther was making some great points about, when you go through very serious and intense projects and work, that's how a lot of the relational kind of aspects happen. And certainly, I think from a lot of experience doing Biosummit organizing, it's a similar type of thing, right? Like you work really, really hard, you put in all this effort into a thing, you build a lot of great relationships as a part of that, and you get a lot of really great fellowship that comes from that.
Yeah, I can see, I can definitely see something like sorry if I sort of ran over the end of your sentence there. I can see a task that can be conceptualized as a barn raising, as something that this group of people, if they made an express collective decision to implement the prerequisites to be able to do something in that sort of templated way, i.e. assist the founding of new community biolabs as kind of kit projects. I can see that as something that is fundamentally tenable in terms of being very doable. If you can easily see the chain of all the dependencies that you would have to eventually work through. Where it gets fuzzy is where it starts becoming like the urban planning, and you start talking about what if this neighborhood of thought or activity is sort of just biocratized, or then it starts seeming like there are so many vagaries in the air that it's not clear that deliverables will ever come out of that process. But even with the barn raising analogy, I mean, you still need to do a barn raising. What do you need? You need cultural homogeneity to a certain extent, in the sense that everyone in the community has this mutual understanding that the collective action is something that is provided when it's required. So, when it's time for, a Quaker couple or whatever to get married and they need to build their farm, everybody else, all the other Quakers pour in and they do the barn raising. So there is a level of ideological consistency that is implied in the idea that collective action can just be mustered up out of nothing on a certain level. But then there's also the do you have the nuts and bolts and blueprints to actually go and instantiate it when you need to do it? So that former thing, I think, is probably trickier, but not something that can just be completely talked out of existence. That you have to have a sense that there is a basal support for a certain type of community support activity in order to really pursue steering projects that will make those things more likely to happen, I would think.
So okay, well, I guess just to maybe wrap up your thought, Jeremy. So what is your what's your overall kind of takeaway for what you think are good steps forward then?
Some sort of excuse for consistency. So similar to what was being said earlier, an excuse to steer something small at reliable, consistent intervals that have people meeting for more sessions of really starting to hash out what it is that is to be governed or is to be steered or can be collectively guided by the community. Because I don't think that any one session talking to people, no matter how intensive or long it is, will ever get that clarified.
Yeah, certainly agree to that. And I think, you know, one hope, at least from, you know, BioSummit, is we can pull together continue to pull together a group of folks interested in this topic to, you know, continue to work at it and think about it. And actually on that note, I just hope everybody here is inside has joined the governance channel. I think Fran's been posting some stuff in there already, Fran, so thank you, that's awesome. Because that's definitely a place where we can continue this conversation after today. Oh, Fran, go ahead.
Guys, no, just one thing, and it's my passion, and I did a Eisenhower Fellow in 2019 in US, and I studied many models of building this kind of you know, because we are building life, and when you put a structure to life, and you know, a home or something, so it's you must be strategic, and the risks is super bigger, because maybe if we start putting the structure to this beautiful life that is emerging here, we can cut this inspiration, motivation. So we need a structure. We should think something simple. We should do definitely some benchmark with global shaper leaders, climate change use. There's a lot of experiences in the world. We should see some of that, but also we should inspire in biology, the plants, our world, and we should create a new way of build new, simple flexibility structures. But it's super important in my studies and my experience to keep the heart, you know, the first, you know, in the onion you have many phases. So the first one is important to keep warm, and the fire and the idea, yeah, it's super important. So there's some way to create some rotation in this core, the first group. Like, for example, I don't know, I can, or maybe you start this 5 years ago, yeah, and maybe you start to be, you know, tired or want to change or want some time. So we can now start thinking a rotation, but a rotation in a way that we can put some new guys, some old one can go out. Some of you must be here with the new guys to transmit the idea. Maybe the fellows, they're going to be the second cycle. And so most of the thing I study, and I can write some in English and share some ideas in my experience, guys, here in Argentina, and America can help that. But it's super interesting. This point, this chapter, the governance group, is super. Is the key of everything. So yeah, definitely, guys, definitely. I fell in my hometown, and I started moving, and I put some structure, and I failed because all the life I killed it. And my idea was good to put the president, and it was a bad decision. So it's super important to study and to have a permanent group, understanding, and we are alive. We are people. We are in life science. So all the time we're changing, and we should have this. This is the last idea. We should have this exercise to change and but at the same time, take care of the first seed of the BioSummit 1 and take care of this idea, this purpose of what we are doing. So it's tricky, it's difficult, but we should do it now.
Hey, really quickly, I know we may not have done this yet, but I know we're kind of using this document the wrong way. But if you guys want to continue this conversation afterwards, you want to put your email addresses at the bottom of this document, just so we all stay in touch with each other. I put the doc here. You can put your contact information at the bottom of that, because we do have a regular governance group that has been getting together for a little while. So, Francisco, others, if you guys are interested, put your names down there and we can continue this conversation. To Jeremy's point, we're not going to solve everything in a meeting. You can't do that, but you do need to sustain kind of energy and attention. So if you guys are interested, we can obviously continue this. And Francisco, it's really been the past 2 years, I would say, at least in the context of the BioSummit, that we've been thinking much more deeply about governance and structure. And so, yeah, I think Marshall's comments and your comments are very aligned in that, governance doesn't have to be a negative term, right? Structure doesn't have to be a negative term. Marshall was talking about how structure is another way of saying to build, to construct. And so, there really can be a way to think about structure that can be very much about empowerment and uplifting as opposed to constraining and restraint. And I think, a lot of people that are kind of engaged in the type of work that we do, oftentimes we can think about, oh, like structure, regulation, like this is stuff that we don't want. Yeah, so everybody, it's 6:35. I think we're getting close to kind of wrap up time. Are there any other folks that want to make any comments or have any other follow-up or remarks on anything that's been said so far in the session or in this governance exercise part? If not, Tim, I don't know if you want to offer just a little high-level synthesis of kind of what's occurred, and then when we go back into the plenary too, we'll have every track just give a quick little report back. But I know I haven't been able to sit in everything that's happened today, and I know there's been a lot of awesome stuff. But I don't know if we want to do a quick little synthesis of what's happened. I think Tim, you've been here the entire time, warrior status. So, do you want to offer some quick closing words for the track?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I want to thank everybody who's been here and everyone who contributed who's not here, and they'll hear about it later. Yeah, I would say if there's one phrase that has been sort of the theme of this conference or this session so far, has been oh, there's so much more to talk about later. Let's keep the conversation going. So we've been having so many like juicy conversations, and there's so much more to do. And so
oh, that's great.
Yeah, so I'm really excited.
Tim, when we get back to the plenary, do you mind just giving like some highlights of like what some of the juicy conversations were, and then we can get some energy around them, try to get everybody to pop into the Slack and figure out how to continue.
For sure.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I think we can wrap up on that maybe.
All right, everybody. Well, can we give Tim Dobbs a huge just like shout out, claps, loves? Seriously, Tim, you are a warrior. You've been holding it down for like 5 hours, man. Seriously.
Much appreciated. This was a ton of fun.
Yeah. Tim, Alex, also been holding it down.
Abai, don't forget Abai.
Oh, Abai.
Abai.
Hold it down.
Hi. Hi.
Yeah, Abai.
Hello.
we just wake you up, Abai.
Just a second. So I'm almost going to bed. Oh, Tim is another person from Paris again. So we've been keeping up. It's midnight now.
I know you guys are amazing. Thank you for staying up so late. Tim, if it's okay to get you to stay up just a little bit longer, we'd love to get you to share a summary to the group if you're able to.
Yeah, I can stretch it. I might lean on Alex a little bit if you're going to be around, Alex, if you're not on kid duty.
I think Alex said that they'd be able to join us. Actually, yeah, Tim, Alex can do the summary if you've got a crash. Actually, I think they said that they'd be back in 20.
I'm here. Yeah. I can do it. Yeah, that's fine. But Tim, it definitely was, all of your effort, and you really led the charge today. Thank you so much.
Yay, Tim. Thank you. Tim, I'll let you close down the room, and we can officially shut the Zoom room down and let everybody chill out for a little bit.
All right. Well, thank all of you, and I'm looking forward to another big day of BioSummit tomorrow. And I am currently deciding if I'm going to try to stay up to see Ahmad Best, because that sounds really interesting. So
it's Jar Jar Binks from Star Wars. Come on.
What's happening? What is he doing here? It's so cool.
He's going to come and talk about how to make abolishing white supremacy fun. That's like one of his themes. Afrofuturism. That's like another big theme he's going to talk about. So it's going to be pretty epic. Yeah. Drew Endy has somehow pulled Ahmed Best into synthetic biology, and now he is all about it. So wow. It is going to be an interesting, it'll be an interesting time. So
I love it.
Nice. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys. And we'll see you all in 20 minutes in the nucleus.
Yes. See you guys in the nucleus. Thanks so much, Tim. Thanks so much, everybody.